Before watching this video, I recommend watching our video covering the Jeffrey Scullins case, which I will link in the description. After Jeffrey's fiancée, Anna Pleskovic, became pregnant, Jeffrey moved in with her family. Not wanting to work, Jeffrey would steal from the family and stage burglaries to cover up his thefts. Eventually, he would get into an argument with Anna's mother, and after taking her life, he would help the family look for her. This video will contain 3 different police interviews. The first is with Bruce Pleskovic, who was the husband of the woman Jeffrey killed. The second interview is with Anna, who was Jeff's fiancée, and the third is with Anna's sister, Megan. These interviews add another layer to the story, and I have left them unedited in their original format.
Okay, Bruce, I know there's a lot going on tonight, so let me just introduce myself again. So my name is Detective Stoltz. Okay. This is Detective Strong.
Hi.
And like I said at the house, we appreciate you coming back. You're not under arrest, you're not in any trouble, you're free to leave at any time, okay? So with so much going on at the house, I know you've spoken to some other officers, but you and I haven't had a chance to sit down and talk one-on-one, so we're gonna try to piece this day and night together, for me. So, and then once we're done here, you're free to leave at any time, but we're reuniting you with your family. Okay.
I'll answer all.
Okay.
I wrote down all the stuff, the timeline today.
Okay. Well, bear with me. I haven't read anything, so we're just gonna we're literally gonna start from the morning. This morning, and then go from there. But let me
the alarm.
Just give me 1 second,
yes,
just to catch up. Can you Bruce, spell your last name for me one more time, please?
Yes, Pleskovic.
And what is your date of birth?
8/14/65.
Can you spell your wife's name for me, please?
Yes, Melinda, Melinda. Okay. Same last name.
Okay. Okay, Bruce. Tell me about your day. Start this morning. When you
I set the alarm at 5. Today was 5:50.
Okay.
And I usually shower first.
You showered?
Yeah, I take a shower first because our routine is. Then when I'm done, I put Kyle in the shower. His school bus comes at 6:30. This has been our routine since the high school years. And
how old is Kyle?
Kyle is 8. He just turned 18 on 9/29/99.
9/29/99?
Well, that's his birthday. So he just turned 18 this year. Less than a month ago.
Okay. And where does Kyle go to school?
Strongsville High School. Okay, then so then I give him a shower. Kyle's a lot of hands-on work, as you can tell.
What are Kyle's disabilities?
He has Down syndrome, and he's got ADD. He's nonverbal.
Is he on any medication?
He was taking this Adderall, but now he was acting up at school, so now we switched back to something. My wife was on top of all that stuff really good.
And him being nonverbal, how do you communicate with him the best? Does he just...
We just kind of have a routine. I mean, if you want something to eat, we just know. After marriage, you just know. Sure. It's hard to... he'll let us know if he's hungry or has to go to the bathroom. We're trying to tell him habits not to do. He grabs himself to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
Let us know, but Kyle, you just don't,
Yeah.
But he goes on his own sometimes, but...
I understand.
I don't know, I think we spoil him, maybe, I don't know. But, so anyways, our routine is I get him dressed, I get him out of the shower, drying, I get him dressed, and then he goes downstairs. Mel makes oatmeal for him every morning. By the time I get dressed, come down, she has a cup of coffee for me.
What
About a
time? What
cure.
time did Melinda wake up? Did she get up with you?
I get up a little, she probably gets up about 6:05 or 6:10.
Okay. And do you guys sleep in the same bed, same bedroom?
Kyle crashes in my room. Mel has a hard time going up steps. She has really bad arthritis. She has fibromyalgia. She has issues with her thyroid. So she's been for quite a while now. It's
Okay. And so are you telling me she's sleeping?
She just crashes on the couch. She likes to stay up a little later. I got to go to bed earlier. Sometimes I get up in the middle of the night. We just, we have kids in our house. It's not how it was when we were younger. It's just like that.
I understand.
It's a whole nother. Which, we're fine with it. We get on. We grew together. She was my best friend. We started our careers together.
Okay. And Melinda's already downstairs making coffee? When you come down with Kyle?
Yeah, and by the time I get ready, sometimes I try to leave before the bus gets there, because if not, I work downtown, I'll get stuck behind a bus on Howell Road if I don't leave at a certain time.
What time did you?
It seems like we're so habit, and Kyle had one year in high school, and we were going to be finally broke of this routine that's just, it's just been hard. Well, anyways, I'll get back to my day. Today is a day, but there's stuff that leads up to. Okay, so what happened? I get on the highway.
You got Kyle on the bus at 6:30. You go
My
back,
wife. Yeah, 6:30.
You go back inside the house, or do you just leave?
I
you left before
leave.
the bus.
Yeah, I leave.
Okay. What time did you leave the house?
I'll as soon as I come downstairs, I throw all my all those bags I have. They're pretty heavy and all the crap. So my routine when I get down. I throw it in, then I come in, get the cup of coffee, say bye to Kyle, bye to Mel. And then
What time did you leave the house at first?
6:30, 6:35 around there. And
Okay.
But what happened this morning, the night before I was up till about 10:30, because when I got home from the brew kettle, we all ate. We all ate there last night. I noticed I had a flat tire. So I should have just pumped it up there, because in the end I ended up using that tire anyways. Because what happened, I have like 3 extra, those little tires that come with cars. I threw one on. And so when I got on the highway today, I could hear it. I had to pull over to the side of the road on 71 between 82 and the turnpike. And I knew the tire was done, toast. So I called Mel. I said, Mel, the tire didn't make it. I'm here. So she came up with the van and picked me up. We decided to leave my car there. She drove the minivan all the way to Pearl Road. We got back on the highway and home. And what happened, my daughter Megan was home. She planned on going. She goes to Hiram College, and she has a red car there, and she was going to take her red car home, but we decided to have Mel take the blue minivan. We left the red car there, and what we decided to do is have Megan drive me to my car to change the tire. What I did is I grabbed the stuff out of the garage and my original tire and just pumped it up, and it stayed pretty good. So I texted my boss, Mike Herb, you'll see it on the phone, that I'm going to be late. My ETA time will be about 9 o'clock. I ended up getting to work about 10 to 9 after filling up the tire with air on the side of the road. The one police officer, a state trooper, pulled up the first time and asked if I was okay. I don't know if I can describe him, real tall, big guy. He can vouch that I was there at that time.
Yeah.
But anyways, my daughter Megan is the one she was waiting in the car while I changed the tire. I parked the minivan behind my car while I changed it.
Megan,
she's the oldest.
Right. And what is her date of birth?
June 23rd, 6/23, 90. She's 23. So
23? Okay.
yeah.
And so Megan bounces back and forth between Hiram and...
Yeah, she
and the
pops
house.
in.
So she was there that morning.
Yeah, she was there with
obviously.
the brew kettle the night before. And,
Okay. What days does she stay with you during the week?
it's hit or miss.
Hit or
It
miss.
depends on her schedule. She's getting her master's there. She's also the assistant softball coach
Okay.
there. So sometimes she has to have hours there. She has a security job on campus, part-time, to make some extra money.
Okay.
So anyways, from there, once I had the tire change, she just kind of followed me. She took 480 all the way out to Route 710, and then you go south and you can hit Hiram. And I just went to work. So I got to work at 10 to 9, said, Mike, hey, I'm here, and then I work in a cubicle, accountant. It's at a New York Community Bank, and I was just working. I have an interview tomorrow
You're an
night.
accountant?
Yeah. And I've been there for 26 years, and they're going to lay off about 200 of us. They sold the 2.1 billion in loans to Freedom Mortgage, and the servicing rights another 2 point some billions in there to. Yeah, they kept.
Are you part of the layoff though?
Yeah, I'm part of it. Yeah, but my dude, some people are already let go September 20th. Mine's scheduled to be November 15th, but they were talking about extending some people because we're winding down some claims we got to do, wind up stuff. But in the meantime, people are interviewing, looking for jobs, and me and Mel were talking this weekend, with Kyle when he's done with high school. I'll interview for jobs. We'll see what goes on. We'll interview for jobs, and we had a game plan. We wanted to sell our house and downsize, and once these two got married and we're out, and there's gonna be me, Mel, and Kyle the rest of our lives. I mean, we bought a boat together. We just bought a used boat. 4,500 is a real good deal. Engine didn't have much, because her family, she's from Toledo. She liked those kind of things. But I'm going off tangent here. Sorry. So I worked till. I took a lunch. I don't know if you need to know lunch hours. I just went to the Galleria downtown, if you know where that's at.
Yeah, I've been there.
Okay.
What time did you have lunch?
I think it was about 1 o'clock. I was actually working on. If you saw my resume, right now I'm filing these claims I've been doing for the last bunch of years. But beforehand, I did mostly like corporate accounting type stuff, closing, and this job at Cross Country Mortgage on Miller Road is that kind of work. And so they wanted to I had a phone interview, and now they wanted me to go in, and then. I was a little nervous about it. It's been a while since I had an interview. You just kind of like.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
So I printed off all these old schedules that I used to do because I have them in my iDrive. And so I was pretty much I'm waiting for. I have 3 Fannie Mae claims to do, and 1 FHA claim due. The FHA isn't due till November 15th. All I need is some escrow, some taxes and principal stuff, info that I'm waiting for. And since I didn't get it, I figured I'm just gonna prepare mentally for this. I got to remember the stuff I used to do at the bank because that's what the job what they want us to do, this new job. So I print off a bunch of schedules. They're in my bags there in the front room. Just to refresh myself, I can show them this is kind of some of the work I did. I was just going to show them because it looks like that's the kind of work they need done there from my gathered. Well, then I worked since I came in late, I usually work till 4, but I work at 4:30. I worked till 4:30 today. Yeah, because since I was in late, I just wanted to, at least stay a little later, show a little, I'm not bailing, But it was kind of weird. I was at my desk, and that's when I got the test to meet me at the brew kettle. And if you saw the statement I wrote tonight, it makes no sense that Mel doesn't meet you at brew kettle. Mel doesn't send texts like that. We always, our thing is we go out, since we both work, we go out to eat a lot, we meet up. But it's always about, hey, you want to go out to eat? You want to go out or you want to eat at home? Or we go back and forth. We always take a while because we don't know what we have taste for. And you'll see the statement that I wrote. In hindsight, I realize that statement makes no sense, and I don't think she typed that to me. In hindsight of all that happened to me. That makes no sense to me. Because there were so many other things we were supposed to do, and I don't get this money with the 6.
What time did she text you to
It's very
get the brew kettle?
complicated days. It was 4:25, the phone. I was showing the police, I was showing like 2 or 3 people, and then I showed you, I think. And
How did you, what was your reply to that?
I sent a bunch of replies. I need my phone to reply, to show you. I have the times, they're all there.
But in one of those texts, do you agree to meet her there?
Yeah. That was I told her I can't remember the exact words, but I said, well, I'm still at my desk, I'm working late, but I'll meet you there, but I'll see you there.
Okay.
And then I sent a few other texts. Well, along the way, I'm kind of waiting. So see what I didn't get, if you read my statement from before, this is what I'll tell you what I was actually doing versus I can't get my head around it. I'm trying to think back. Why it made no sense. Okay, I was at the brew kettle I left work at 4:30.
You left work.
I got there. Yeah, I'll stick to the timeline here of what I actually did, and then when I got home, that's when my mind was racing and thinking back, and I was in the front room, I'm thinking and swearing probably a little bit, and just wondering. So I got to the brew kettle at, I want to guess 5:15, 5:30. And I said I'm at the brew kettle. I think I missed, that spell check screwed up my statement, what I wanted to tell her, and then I did something else. And then I said, I'll be here. And then I went inside the brew kettle, just kind of walked in, didn't see her, kind of was waiting around in the front there. Because it makes no sense. We were there the night before. Why would she want to go there again? She isn't a fan of their beer. I mean, she only likes like 1 or 2 that are little, like, sweeter ones. She doesn't like the bitter, the cream, for her, because we were all there yesterday. But I wanted to go to Walmart anyway, since I went to the Walmart anyways because I needed one of those books, like you get a notepad with a fancy cover. That's what you take to interviews. Professionals are supposed to, I bought a suit yesterday at Kola at JCPenney. I got a good real deal. It was a nice one. I was shopping around for that yesterday to get ready for this. And so I went to Walmart and I bought that, but Kyle also needed, since he needed new underwear, so because he's...
So I'm sorry, you went to Walmart
at about...
While you're waiting for...
No, I was waiting, then I sent her a text, I'm gonna run to Walmart.
Okay.
And then...
How long were you in the brew kettle for?
Or waiting around there?
Yeah, you think?
Oh, God. See, my phone will have it, the text, the exact times. That's how I kind of look back on the exact times, but it was about 5:30. I want to say I went to Walmart at... It had to be like 5:30. Yeah, about 5:30, 5:40, 5:45. Went to Walmart. It didn't take long to find the stuff. I got white socks for me for basketball, Kyle's some underwear and a pad. Those are sitting in the front room with the receipt in their bag, in hindsight. Then I texted her that I'm coming home. I was going to come home. But this is where it gets weird with Anna and Jeff. Texting about... Okay, so I drove down Pearl Road, and I pulled into the CVS. I crossed 82. I pulled into the CVS, and I said, I'm just going to go to the rec center. And that's when I said, hey, I'm going to go to the rec center instead. I sent Mel that text. It's on the phone. And that had to be about 6-ish, 6, a little after. Yeah, a little after, because I went and did... We have a workout center at work, and I can do my leg I try to work all the stay shape, I don't push like I used, just get a good routine. But when I'm at the rec center, I like to do the freeway bench press, some pulls, yada yada. Stuff I can't do at the gym at work at lunch hour. So then I from there I ran up.
Let me just
I went to the hot tub.
Let me just interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Coming from the brew kettle you went south on Pearl, and then...
Yeah, I took Pearl Road.
And how did you end up to the rec center with?
I ended up pulling into CVS. I got a call from Anna, and it was kind of weird because Jeff called me about 4 or 5 times, and we got into a little bit of an argument. You'll see it a text on Thursday night, and it's just a buildup of everything that's of being at our house for 2 years, and I kind of let him have it a little bit. That's, you let the young kid know, But but I will say I had a lot of drinks Thursday, and there's a lot of other stress built up that's going on with the
outside of the potential
job.
of losing your job. There's a lot of stress going on.
Yeah, the job, the people, all the people trying to break into our house.
Okay.
We've called the police. Recently we've had some money taken off our. It started back in February or March. My wife runs a soccer group. She's been doing it for years, and she gets money back, cash and checks on a Friday. And I rarely take naps, but when I know I'm wiped out and tired, and I need about an hour or two because I'm up in the night a lot, maybe with Kyle or something. I was out on the couch. She said, "I'm going to put the money." This is going back then.
Let's stick to this day real quick.
But it started then. It kind of built. It started. This year is this weird things going missing, things getting stolen out of my car, keys going missing. Our car, someone has our car keys, and our car alarm's been going off, every so often, and we think it's a neighbor, and we think it's someone else. It's kind of, I'm gonna wait till see what you guys. But this stuff hasn't happened until they were living here in our basement. Now, I'm not suspecting them of anything. I did, we did confront and ask, Jeff and Anna, but he asked
them what?
If they took the money or if they grabbed them. I'm not one to accuse, but you guys didn't grab the money. At some point they gotta know. We gotta wonder if they're doing this or not. And keys going. It's just been all these attempted break-ins. I wasn't there when these things happened. I don't think it's all bullshit. Theoretically, it could be.
Do you notify us every time that occurs?
Yes, there should be a few notifications.
About how many you think?
4 or 5. I think Mel calls them in, or Jeff says he does. I don't.
All this year?
Yeah, everything's this year.
How long has Jeff and Anna been living in the home?
When they announced she was pregnant, so that would be if the baby is over a year, so let's say 2 years. No, I'm not trying to blame them. I just
no. I just.
But when I look back and think through some stuff, it's like these things are happening, but I'm not there when these things happen. I've lived in that house 16 years, and we back up to the common area there, and over there's always been some kids playing back there. Mm-hmm. There's a kid catty corner who liked to shoot off fireworks at 3 a.m. And I heard him out the window saying, "Hey, let's shoot it at that house." And I was kind of watching out the window. I go, "Whose house are you shooting it at?" He's a kid. I'm just trying to scare him a little bit. Kids, movie kids. So when these kind of things happen, I'm there and I see them. But these break-ins, kids kicking the door. The one time was one of the story. There's a group of kids that are all 15. They did this, and Jeff was in the basement when this happened. I wasn't there. I didn't see it happen in the middle of the night. I was asleep. Another one, 2 guys with hoods walked up to the back room there, or the dog was. I don't know if this actually happened or if he's making it up. Yeah, I'm thinking right. I'm not trying to put him on the spot or anything. But I wasn't there in the middle of the night when it was about 2:45, and everyone was woken up and wondered, and these guys took off all of a sudden. When Jeff grabbed the door, these 2 guys grabbed the door, and all of a sudden they took off. And then this last one was this past Thursday. Someone tried to open the door, and this kid took off. He jumped over the creek and was gone up the street behind our house. I wasn't there when it happened either.
if
I'm going on his word that these things happen.
and if he was making it up, what would be your theory of why would you think he'd make that up?
I don't know. But here's another one thing. I want him to do a lot more stuff around the house, like here and there. He says he can do this, and that, and he'll do this, he'll fix this, fix it, and then it doesn't get done. And that's another reason Thursday he did cut down the tree in our yard, but we cleaned it up and it was all good. But I thought he was going to do the stumps, pull the stumps out. But if it's too wet, he can't do it. But if it's dry, he can. And we had 4 great days this week, and he's talking about doing it. And then 2 days later, he doesn't. That time goes by, he doesn't do it. And he says, "Well, I had to work on my rental houses." It's that kind of stuff all the time. So it's just, I don't think he's making this up. I don't know it. But now what happened today, I don't think he.
Okay, well let's get back on track with tonight. You stopped at CVS. You took Pearl.
Is he mad at me? He can't be pissed at that. It makes no sense. Okay. So Anna wants.
You changed your mind and you end up going.
Well, here's the game plan for tonight, which is why this brew kettle doesn't make sense. Okay. Last night Mel's been on Jeff's ass about this wedding on a lot of things, and yeah.
Who's all at dinner last night?
Me, Mel, Megan, Anna, Kyle, and the baby.
Everybody.
Jeff wasn't there, nor were his parents. Now, another thing on Thursdays, I don't know why his parents don't want to hang around a little more or socialize a little bit more before this wedding, leading up with the baby and all. It's kind of like we're at arm's length from them.
You don't seem very happy about the relationship. Is that the?
No, I'm happy they're getting married. I want them to get married. The first thing is,
you don't seem very happy about Jeff, though. That's kind of like.
I am. I like the kid a lot, and the fact that I want them to get married and stuff. It's the. The house is a mess. Where they live, it's a mess.
We saw it.
After he showers, he doesn't really, just kind of throws the towel. Part of my routine, I kind of take any wet towels I'm going around and throw them up to make sure they dry. He's kind of a little lazy at times like that, but he's doing well. He's taking. They have baby. I haven't seen the bottom line, but he's supposedly buying a house right by Strongsville there, but I haven't seen the paper. I'm not privy to the details. He says he's paying cash with it, like his grandparents have some money like that, And that's cool. That's great, because Anna was tough for us to bring up, and when they got pregnant, he thought the first thing I was going to do was beat him up, but I was like, no, I think what you guys got to do is stick to. I was telling the tall policeman earlier, you guys got to stick together, because me and your mom aren't going to be around here forever. Because no one else will take care of the baby. You guys got to stick together, and that's all. I was real calm, and he was kind of surprised that my reaction was that,
Mm-hmm.
And but I always, you give it time and see how it works out, and things roll, and we get on a little bit, to clean a little bit. His mom's even told us to get on him a little bit if he isn't, holding his own and stuff. We're not charging him rent. We've been doing like that. We just want to help him through the times of the baby being a baby. It's hard. They're young. They're in their 20s. We just want to help them out. And okay, so let's get back to this.
You left Bruchetto. You changed your mind, going straight to the rec center.
Yeah.
So you stopped at CVS.
Well, I turned into CVS because I wanted to turn around, and then I usually take that Xenia Road, Zarina, whatever it is, or else sometimes I go through the police station, like right here, and just cut through. I don't know if you guys want people doing that.
So you went past Zavernia to CVS.
I made a right. No, I went past everything. I changed my mind. I'm going to go to the rec center because I'm under a lot of stress. I like hitting up with the weights, the hot tub, and stuff. So I did that. I did that at 6 o'clock. I got there at 6 at the rec.
So you didn't go to CVS?
Well, I pulled in there.
Okay.
I didn't go. I just pulled in to turn around.
CVS on 82 and Pearl here?
Yeah.
Okay.
See what I did? I came south on 71, or south on Pearl. I crossed 82, and that's when I changed my mind. So I pulled in the left lane, pulled in CVS, turned around, went back, and went into the rec center. Because I was getting phone calls from Anna,
And
I was getting calls from
back down
Jeff.
Pearl. You went back down Pearl to Zavernia to get into the
Yeah,
rec center.
correct. Yes.
Okay.
And I found a spot up, close, whatever. And then I went in, did the weights, and then I changed real quick, jumped in the hot tub, the sauna for about 10 minutes. Well, Jeff called me while I was in this. He called me while I was working out with the weights, and Anna called me too, I think, in there. She wanted me to come to Applebee's. She said, Jeff's going to Applebee's, you want to meet me at Applebee's? It's like, okay. And it was odd for Jeff to give me these, he doesn't call me that much, but he said, oh, let's just meet at Applebee's then. I was like, okay.
He usually texts you?
Yeah, and Anna said it. There's 3. If I wanted to get 3, they have those $1 margaritas. So I had a couple of those in a burger because it was a burger night.
What time did you leave the rec center?
I left the rec center at about 7:10. Because I remember it was 6:45 and Jeff was talking to me. And I wanted to get in the sauna for 15 minutes, and I tried to get him off the phone. So the 6:45 when I went to the sauna, and 10 minutes before that, I was in the hot tub.
And what route did you take from the rec center to Applebee's?
I just take the light by Starbucks. I went through Starbucks and kind of went to that light there, and then I waited for. You have to wait a while.
Yep.
And then you make a left, and then your first right, and you're right there. And Jeff was already there. He got the Applebee's early.
Did you turn into that first?
I told him I couldn't
Did you
get there
turn into the first driveway from 82, the very first one?
Yeah, where
Applebee's?
where the old
Giant Eagle?
used to be, yeah. And then I made a left, and then a left right into the Applebee lot. Now, what the plans were supposed to be, I want to get back to on Sunday night. Okay, we put $500 down for the hall, and Jeff said, "I'll take care of the hall. I'll take care of the hall." It's like, okay, all this time, it's like because he paid cash for this house, and Mel was actually looking it up to see if this house was actually. If they actually bought this house. It's in foreclosure. Mm-hmm. We were up at the Port Clinton at our boat on Saturday. We were just hanging out, and we're just kind of thinking, and we think all this wedding plan stuff. This hall was supposed to be paid for like a week or two to taken care of. Sunday night, Mel sends Jeff a text. Monday morning, if you don't have it, this hall's going to get canceled. And so they need to come up. Jeff said, "Oh, I'll pay. I'm paying for everything. I'm paying for the hall." He has 92 guests coming. Has he sent any invites? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. And so I'm sanding the deck on Sunday, and Anna comes down. Hey, Dad, can you pay for That's when Jeff said he got in his car wreck and had to go down to the hospital. Another story. And that money had to be, he was supposed to take care of this money all day Sunday while we were at Park Clinton. He was supposed to pay for it all day. Mm-hmm. And he was sitting around the house and he was napping. Now him and my wife have been kind of butt heads.
Well, what is your wife? I mean, you seem to kind of have some disagreements on how he goes about handling himself and how things he should be done.
Well, he's waiting to the last minute. He's waiting to the last minute to do so.
Yeah, but what does your wife think of him overall in general? What does she think of him?
She likes him, but every time she says something about something, he always talks, mouths back a little bit. Mm-hmm. You could tell they were kind of butt head personality-wise. They butt heads, but there was nothing.
Does she get along better with Jeff than you do, or?
Well, I'm kind of more laid back, so I get along with more people probably more often. Better. Yeah, but she's pushing. Girls when it comes to weddings, it's a girls thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, and she's trying to help Anna out, and because they're young, and she's pushing the timetable of all this stuff. Well, Sunday night is when this money was due, and all day long. It's like excuses. There's all these like excuses and stuff. It's kind of weird. Mm-hmm. And so here's, my wife told me She was meeting Jeff's mom Monday night to get to pay it. We ended up having to pay the $6,500 before we went to the brew cuddle Sunday night. I met Mel there. She took Anna. I took Kyle. She took Anna. We drove separate. She put up $3,500. She put up the $3,000 check and $3,500 on her credit card.
Mm-hmm.
And they were. He said he was going to take care of this like for all this time, all the, you know. And so what happened was Mel said his mom. She was going to meet Mel said his mom was going to take us all to dinner, and she had the money and did not want to get to Jeff. It was just going to give it to Mel's, you know, and reimburse for the, you know, for their end of the taking care of this. And what I don't get, that was supposed to happen tonight. What the fuck happened tonight? You know what happened, right?
Do you know where they're supposed to meet?
Is this these stories of people breaking in while I'm not there? Is this someone we don't know? My buddy Spaz, I was talking maybe my buddy Spaz because he's flipped on us. He flipped on as an old friend. It's a long story there. I thought they were going to meet at Applebee's or Anna Works.
Yeah, what you thought, or
I don't get this. That I'll meet me at Brew Kettle from Mel didn't come from her. She did not send me that. That wasn't. It came from her phone. She didn't send that, in my opinion. I'm a little scared right now. A little nervous about what the hell happened. Or who did this? I don't get it. I don't get why all of a sudden the 60. It's not the big deal, but 6,500. We're supposed to meet and dinner, and all of a sudden everything gets changed.
Who was supposed to meet? All three of you?
I hear. The thing about this, I always hear 3 or 4 different stories. I'm always kind of like, I'm the last one. I thought they were going to meet. And then Mel said, she said yesterday or the day before that she was just going to meet her mom for the money. And then all of a sudden, Jeff has the money.
Mm-hmm.
I was told that her mom was going to give Mel directly the money, and I'm going to do it this time, not with Jeff. And that's what I don't get. All of a sudden he's involved now again. And now he's calling me to meet him at Applebee's, which is kind of different. Are we all getting together? And now he's out there, well, you think we should do this wedding? And now I'm like, I don't know what the hell's doing that.
What was the last part you said? He asked you if we should do this wedding. When did he say that?
Just out there right now. What are we going to do? It's like, I'm thinking about my life with my what is gone now. I'm just,
When he called you, who did he say was all coming to Applebee's?
When I went to Applebee's, I said something's not. Jeff said he tried to call Mel a bunch too, and Anna did too, and we tried texting her. From about when I was at Brew Kettle on. I was even texting her, I'm going to Walmart. I'm going to CVS. I went to the rec just to kill some time. And eventually I want to go eat and meet up and eat. I thought this might... Yeah, well, that's what I thought the game plan was. And that's why this makes no sense about the Brew Kettle. I can't get my head around that. So I don't know what the plans were supposed to be, why they got switched, how they got switched, and what's the deal with, like, how all of a sudden his mom did. When Mel talked to me, I'm not sure if I think she did talk to his mom, and she was going to give him the money directly tonight for dinner. There's just going to be them going out to eat.
And how do you know he has the money?
Now all of a sudden, well, he says, "Oh, I can go to my mom's house." And I'll go to my mom's house and get it. And
When
And it's like, how are you
when did
involved?
he
How
say
is he
that?
involved in it? Like,
When did he tell you
at
that?
Applebee's, pretty much all day. It's like this.
So he doesn't have the money,
got
so
all
he's
this
going to
arm's
get
length
it.
stuff. I'm always like on the outside.
First, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I'm
So
sorry.
does he have the money, or he say he's going to go get the money?
He says he has the money with his mom.
He said he has
Cash,
it.
but we
He already
had
has
push
it.
came to shove at the deadline. We're the ones who had
I
to
understand
pay.
that,
That's
but
fine.
he said he already has the money.
He says it's at his mom's. He's gonna go get it at his
He's
mom's.
gonna go
house.
get it.
It's always like, yeah, well, it's good, But there's like with everything, there's no follow through. It's all talk and empty
Okay.
promise.
When
Stuff.
he-
And then not that it's something, but he talks like he has it. And it's
I
like,
understand.
well,
Let me
where-
ask you. Let me answer you a
let's
question.
go, yeah.
When he called you to meet at Applebee's, did he say who's going to be there, or did you ask who's? Did he talk to
Yeah, that's-
Mel, or did you ask like who's all meeting there?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna meet Anna. Anna was working
Well,
there.
she's working.
And she wanted me to meet there. It's like, I texted back to Mel. I was just gonna go home.
When you
But then
spoke
Mel's
to
phone,
when you
who
when you
had Mel's
spoke
phone
when
at
you
that
spoke to
time?
Jeff on the phone, who did you think was going to be at Applebee's when he says meet me at Applebee's?
Well, it was
Say
just
meet
me,
up.
Jeff, and the baby. So I'm thinking, well, his mom and Mel are meeting up to take care of the 6,500.
What's up, man?
That's
So
what
you
I-
didn't ask like.
No, I did. I did ask him. He says, well, I'll just get that. We can get it later at my mom's. Like,
But no, what I'm asking though, you were supposed to meet Mel at Brew Kettle. So did you tell him no, I can't go to Applebee's? I'm
no,
going back to
the
Brew Kettle?
brew kettle came at 4:25 on myself. If you look at the 4:25 was the time I got the text about going to brew kettle.
Okay.
I didn't go to. I wasn't. That's when I'm getting calls. When I was said I'm coming home. When I went to Walmart and when I went back to Brew Kettle, that's when I texted Mel's phone. I'm coming home, and so I'm driving down Pearl, and that's when I'm getting a call about Applebee's. I'm getting calls from Jeff about Applebee's, and I'm going to the rec center. He's called me twice at the rec center. I mean, he gave me like 3 phone calls. He says, oh, I'm calling your wife and texting her. She's not answering the phone. Her phone must be dead. And Anna said the same thing. And it happened to me too. But at that point in time, instead of going home, that's when I said I wanted to go to the rec center. Because I usually get, I'm just going to go to the rec center, then I'll meet you guys out to eat. Where's Mel?
That's what I'm asking you. Did you ask him?
I thought she was meeting up with his mom to get the money, the 6,500.
Mhm.
That's what I thought the game plan was. And these plans, but I'm on the outside of these game plans, and what's going on here.
Okay.
And Mel's in direct conversation with someone, but Jeff it seemed like he stepped in and just kind of took control with this 6,500 again. It's like I thought it was just his mom was going to give it to Mel. That's what Mel told me last night. I talked to her about this, and I just kind of okay, and then I just do I do what I got to do. I'm getting ready for this wedding, I'm getting ready for this interview, and it's like, and when I get home and see that, it made no sense.
Okay. Let's get back to Applebee's. When you pull in, is Jeff already there, or are you there
Yes,
first?
he was there before me.
And where is he sitting?
He wanted me to go up there. I mean, Anna wanted me to go up there, meet Jeff up at Applebee's. It's like, okay. And they have $1 margaritas, so okay, I'll have a cup and a burger. And Anna was telling me about this too.
Okay, so Jeff's already there at Applebee's?
Yeah,
First?
I told him, when he called earlier, I said, I won't get there. I'll get there. I'm going to work out and I'll be there. I'll be done at 7. And then or a little after 7. And I ended up getting there about 7:15, like I figured. I know my routine working out. And yeah, I've been staying on a pretty tight schedule, so.
Okay, when you walk into Applebee's, where is Jeff sitting?
He's to the left at a table with the baby. The baby's here, him.
Okay.
You know, it's like fun. The first thing I said when we were talking, I go, oh, I hope nothing happened to her. I really said that, you know, and you don't thinking nothing's good. He goes, oh, don't think that, or you know, or he responded like that, and it was like, you know, people always, until you get home and see what Kyle answered the door. Yeah, we'll get to that. So we're talking about the keys. We needed the keys to get into the house from Anna, because the front door was locked. Jeff said he couldn't get into the garage. The garage door wouldn't open the code. It wasn't working. I mean, it's been working all weekend.
Bruce, you're jumping ahead of me. Let me just.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing.
Let me just try to stay with you here a little bit.
Yeah.
What was Jeff's response when you said, "I hope nothing happened to her"?
You know, I just said that. I hope nothing happened to her. It's like.
What was his response?
Because it's like, did she get in a car? I'm thinking, like, did she get in a car wreck, or you know, or is there some kind of secret going on before the wedding? You know, like, do they have some kind of plans with the girls getting? Is there a get together? I don't know about. That's why this meet me at Apple. It just seems suspicious now. Meet me at Brew Cup. I don't get that. Melvin, like I said, she would not. She would ask if you want to. She wouldn't even want to go to Brew Kettle again. So in hindsight, it made no sense. I kind of felt whoever sent me that text did that. Now in hindsight, I think someone who ever sent me that text just didn't want me around for a while, or just because they know I can't come straight from work, get off right off the highway because I work downtown, come right to 71, and just go there. And then.
What was Jeff's response to you when you said it was
don't
don't.
It's like he, like, oh, don't think like that, you know, something like that, you know, just, you know.
Okay.
It's just, you know, it's just. You always think you think always at all times everything's real. You just, but if she's not getting, her phone's dead. I mean, one of the last things I said is, your phone dead? Because I'm sending these texts. What's going on? Because this has happened before, where I sent her a bunch of texts. It happened, I don't know, a week ago or something, and her phone was dead. So.
Okay, so at Applebee's, how long are you at Applebee's?
Okay, so let me think about 7:15. I get there. Anna comes out with the margarita, and I order the burger. Jeff already has appetizers there on the table. He asked me if I want some. I said, no, that's right. He ended up ordering a burger, but he didn't eat it. He took it home. He just wanted the fries. He had a Coke. He got a refill. Anna gave him a refill, but he didn't drink the refill. Just left it there. What did I do? We hung out. We ate. I had another margarita. I had two more. I had three because they were like little ones. And then how did I go home? What was kind of weird is Jeff left before me, but when we were pulling down our road, he was behind. I pulled into the driveway first, and he was behind me. I pulled in first, and then he did. Oh, he was getting the baby ready, but he was like, we were in. He wanted me to help him. He was gonna put the baby in. No, you know what? Well, we left Applebee's.
You guys walked out together?
Yeah, we walked out together. And he said he grabbed he needed some gas in the truck, so he grabbed some gas from his dad's house. And he has these big 5-gallon gas cans, and it's a big orange one, and he was filling up his car. He had the door open, the baby was there, so I was just hanging out waiting with him.
Where's this at?
This was in the parking lot in front of right in front of Applebee's. I was parked over here. He was a little bit over here. He was. Why would he? He grabbed a gallon. He said he grabbed that 5-gallon gas out of his dad's garage and grabbed it to fill it up. And he filled up his gas tank. I mean, it took a while for him to sit there. It took him a while to fill it a little bit. I could smell I was kind of standing he was by the gas. The gas can's back here, the door is open. I was kind of blocking the doorway just so the air wouldn't get on the baby. The baby was in the front seat. I carried out his leftover things and put them on the front dash. And I wanted to block, I could smell the fumes coming in, so I just kind of wanted to block the fumes from going to the baby too. And it was cold, the wind was blowing and it was cold, so I blocked the door for that reason. But it was just kind of different. It was like, you know. And so then I went back to my car.
Different how? What do you mean?
Well, I'm thinking right now, it seems like from the time I got from Brew Kettle to Walmart to there, like someone was wasting my time or something. Although it was my decision to go to the rec center, because I figured, well, I figured Mel's meeting up with his mom. I do that anyways. I always stop at the rec 2 or 3 times after work. I'll go in for like about half hour, 45 minutes. And then, but he wanted me to go up to Apple. It's kind of weird to meet him up at Applebee's, but yet his mom wasn't there, and neither was Mel. And I don't think they plan on going. See, I don't know what the plans are. The plans were supposed to be Mel and his mom, either all of us going out to eat and their mom was paying for it, or Jeff was going to buy. Jeff ended up buying, you know, the Applebee's stuff, and you know the food. And that's, you know.
So how long were you in Applebee's?
Got there at 7:15. 8. Kyle answered the. What was weird is the red car was there. Mel was there, so the red car's there when I pull in. It's like, what's Mel doing here? And I thought she was out with her mom, or what's going on? Why isn't she answering the phone? What's going on? That's the first thing I thought of when I pulled in. And Jeff pulled in behind me, but I thought he left before me. I just remember that thought. It's like, how'd I beat Jeff here? Because my route was, which way did I go? I was either going to make a right and go around the whole track of the mall and go by the brew garden and go, but I ended up going on the inside to that first light and made a left and then a right.
The main entrance?
Yeah, on Howe. The main entrance on Howe. That's where I left. Why was my time being stalled? I just felt like it was, but I thought Mel all this time was going to meet up with his mom for this money. Then all of a sudden, I'll get the money from my mom or something. But I remember a conversation with Mel that, you know, his mom didn't trust Jeff. She does trust him, but she says, I'll get it to her. I mean, Mel directly said that to me, like Sunday or yesterday or this morning or something. Was it yesterday? It's just, it's like, okay, you guys take care of it. You know, I'm just thinking, and I'm not thinking anything big deal of this stuff because it's take care of it. Okay, fine, it's a girl thing, it's a wedding thing. You know, you guys, you're paying for the money. You said all this time you're going to do. Okay, fine. Okay, we covered you up front. Fine, just give us the money. I'll put it in the checking. I'll put in the thing tomorrow. Whatever, you know.
What are you guys talking about at Applebee's?
What are we talking about? The wedding, a little bit. Not. I'm tired of, you know, I'm just kind of, I just want this thing, let's get it going and get it over with. You know, at this point.
Did you guys talk about Mel at all?
Yeah, we were concerned we talked a lot about why isn't she answering the phone, you know, like I said before, and why she isn't getting back to texts. We talked about the key. He talked about the door not being, the front door not, the code not working. I wanted to try to open it when I got home. You guys said don't do it. He said he was locked out. He kept saying he was locked out. He was at home and he was locked out. And I don't know if Mel was there or not at that time when he was locked out. I don't know what time and gap that is. You'll have to ask him on that.
So he doesn't have keys to the front door? You go off of a code?
See, with our keys being stolen or lost, both sets of we're using the third pair on the minivan. I had to do, we redid the front door. We redid the front door locks after our keys got missing, and all this breaking and going on, and that, you know, that I haven't seen, but I'm, you know, we're calling the police, and it happened last time because the dog actually sniffed the guy all the way to the thing. So I don't know if it's someone came in and did this.
So yeah.
But the keys. So we changed the locks on the front door a month ago. Because the keys that I had them on there, and the same thing with the van. So we get these new keys, and all of a sudden, I don't know.
So does Jeff have a new key?
He didn't either. He had to use Anna's keys at work. We went up to Applebee's because she had the keys too, so we got them.
When he says he's locked out, so that front door is locked, there's no other way for him to get in.
He doesn't. Yeah, he couldn't get into the garage. Normally, the rule of thumb is we leave the inside door there unlocked, so you can go through the garage, and that's our routine.
And how do you get into your garage, with the code?
Yeah.
Did he say he tried to go into the garage?
He said he tried 3 or 4 times. It wasn't working.
Code wasn't working?
The code wasn't working. And I know it worked yesterday, but.
When you're at Applebee's, do you or Jeff leave it all, or go to the bathroom, or you guys stay in the booth?
No, we were in the booth the whole time.
Whole time?
No, Jeff wanted me to watch the baby once. He had to go to the bathroom. He got up once and went to the bathroom.
Okay. So at no time did you or Jeff walk outside?
No.
Okay. And when you walked into Applebee's, the clothing that you gave us with your consent,
Yes.
what were you wearing when you went into Applebee's?
Those same clothes.
And what were they?
Was the black shoes, the dark socks. I wore them at work all day. Those gray pants, I wore them at work all day.
Okay.
The shirt, the short sleeve shirt that you guys took, I had that. I had a hoodie on, but I took that off. It's in the car, I think. Or no, it might be in that pile. It might be on the pile with those.
But you didn't have it when you walked into Applebee's?
I don't think so. No, the only thing I took in the Applebee's was that little green bag I was telling you about, where I have all my stuff, the credit cards and stuff in that green bag. Because with shit getting missing, keys and stuff getting stolen, that's why I've been carrying that freaking bag like this all this time for a bunch. And everyone's giving me shit about it, calling it a reverse or whatever. I don't care.
Okay, so you walked in there with a green bag, and you never left until you both walked out of there together?
Correct.
And the green bag has credit cards in it?
Was that again?
Your green bag, it has credit cards?
Yeah, I have. I run our lottery pool at work, so there's lottery tickets in there for work. I got my own. What else? Credit cards. I try to put my keys, phone. I try to centralize everything in one place, so it doesn't get lost after this year of things going missing and shit.
Okay. And you're there for approximately an hour, and you left together, you walked outside, you said Jeff needed to put some gas in his tanks, you waited for him to do that. And
Yeah, he wanted me to go over there and
then
help or do something, help out.
What car did you drive to Applebee's?
I had my car, the Honda Insight. That's the one I drove straight home from work. That's
And
when
what car
that's when I
was-
changed the tire this morning on to
Okay. And what car was Jeff in?
that pickup truck.
Okay. That's his father's pickup truck? Does that belong to his father?
Yeah, I don't know how that. I think so. Him and his dad trade off cars. It's always something like that, and they have their thing with their guns.
And you feel that Jeff left Applebee's before you? Or what do you remember about that? Were you following him?
No, I didn't. I didn't think twice, but I thought he left before I figured he would have left before I did, but because I had to walk to the car. But he had to put the baby. He had to put the baby.
I was
in
gonna
the
ask,
seat.
did you put
He
the
had to
baby
No,
in the seat?
He put the baby in the seat, so that makes sense.
You were-
Maybe I beat him.
Okay, so you walked away. You didn't
Yeah.
see him actually put the baby in the seat, so you already walked away to your car?
Yeah.
Okay. But the baby's already in the car, right? You
Yeah,
said
she
you're
was
blocking.
sitting. Yeah, she was sitting where the driver's seat is, facing the outside of the door. But it was getting windy, so I wanted to block her.
Okay. So the baby's already in her seat.
Yeah.
Okay. So you left. You went out on Howe Road. Did you see which way he went?
No. I
Okay.
didn't notice.
You head south on Howe and head home, straight home?
Yeah.
Okay. But when you get home,
The red car is there. Now the red
And
car
that-
is
and
my
that's your daughter's.
That's my daughter's, but they switched today because we had Megan. Someone was making the van beep.
so it's,
Early morning,
it's Megan's
late
car,
nights.
but
And
Mel
I'll
had
use
it
it for the
today.
day for work.
Okay. Okay, so you pull in, and then did you pull in before Jeff?
Yes, I did. He was right behind me when I pulled in. And I was like, "What is Mel's car doing?"
Where did you pull into the driveway?
The front left. The front left is where the red car was. I pulled right behind it because our routine is for me to leave early, be the first one to leave in the morning, so I park behind.
Okay.
And Jeff always parks to the right, and that's where he went.
Okay.
And that's where I Jeff and Anna park.
And so you essentially arrived together. Then did you walk into the home together?
Yeah, we were at the door trying to open the door and unlock it with the keys that Anna gave Jeff. And so Jeff's knocking, then he rang the doorbell like 5 or 6 times, like ding 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 ding, ding, you know, knocked on it.
You have a set of keys though yourself.
I don't
don't.
I don't know where the hell they are. Well, my set was stolen.
Right. Maybe I misunderstood you. When
Yeah.
you
Well,
changed
see,
the
my
locks,
car,
I thought-
my keys were also gone, so I had to have a locksmith come about 5 or 6 weeks ago. This young kid, and he's really cool. He gave me two keys, but I didn't have. But then, since mine were gone with the other 2 van keys at the same time, that's why I don't have front door keys.
Who has the 2 keys? Anna.
Anna has 2 keys, yeah.
Anna has
She
2.
gave them to Jeff. Well, you know, it's kind of odd because there's a bolt and then there's the lower one, and I think you need a different key for each one, and that's fucked up, you know.
Normally they're the same nowadays.
Yeah. And I don't know, and then you can't tell these keys apart, and that adds to the aggravation of this key stuff.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. When the locksmith came, how many keys did he give you?
Well, the only keys he gave me were for my car. He had to redo it's a Honda, so he had to redo it cost about $245 for 2 of them.
For the front door?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the front door.
Not the front door.
I'm talking
The
about the front
locksmith
door.
came to do my car.
Okay, but he
To
also
get me new car
did,
keys.
He
Because
also,
you have to have the thing inside, whatever, the code.
but he changed the locks in your house, right?
No, he didn't do that.
The car.
No, just the car.
Okay.
The front door was done by Jeff, and Mel actually did one of the sets too.
And who has keys to the front door then?
I'm guessing,
When was that changed?
I know Mel does. Mel has a key on her van key. She has one of them, and I think it's for the bolt. And when I use her, if I drive her car, when we drive together, the van, when we go to the boat or whatever, I bolt I only bolt the door. I don't use that bottom thing that locks because it's a pain in the ass.
Who has keys to the front door? Mel.
Well, obviously Anna does, and Mel has that one, and Megan, I'm not sure. Me, I don't, and obviously Jeff didn't, because he came up to Applebee's and got him from Anna.
So when you come home, you're just going into the garage. Because you don't have a key to the front door.
Yeah, a lot of times I've been hitting the code on the garage door, and it opens, and we leave that door unlocked usually, but once in a while somebody bolts it.
Okay. So Anna gives Jeff a key at the restaurant. You guys come home, you ride together, and why is he knocking on the door if he has the key from Anna?
Because I have a feeling the key, that's a good question. When Anna gave him the keys, was there one or two? I couldn't tell what was in his hand.
Did you see him
But
physically put a key into the door and not be able to get in?
Yeah, and somehow it wasn't working, so that's why you banged on it. But Kyle was able to unbolt it, and he's the one who let us in the house.
Okay.
And Jeff hit the doorbell about 5 or 6 times, bing, bing, like right in front of you. It's like, relax, it's like.
Okay, and when Kyle comes to the door, does this appear, I think,
It seems like, he does it all the time. He opens the door. He's always waiting by the front door for me a lot when I come home from work, and he opens the door for me. He's excited, he's happy I'm home and stuff like that. That's very common, yes.
And how does Kyle seem? Does he seem upset or normal, or are you able to tell?
He just, I will say it was a little different, but not noticeably different. A lot of times he likes to yell my name, Bruce, a lot of times he's excited to see me. Some days it's like, he opens the door, he knows we're going to do something. We always do, we want to go out and, a lot of times he just likes to go for a car ride somewhere. A lot of times I'll take recycling and take it to right by the recycle dump there by the Zavinia, whatever. Right there. He just likes to go for a ride and just hang out with me. So I'll bring cardboard. I'll store up cardboard, a bunch of plastic and crap, and we go there, and just to get him out. He likes to go somewhere at least, every night, or if he has baseball. But yeah, when he came to the door, it was I didn't notice anything. It was a little different in a sense that he wasn't all jacked up, but he was. But now when you ask it, thinking back. I always think in terms of thinking back, it's what accountants do, kind of rehash, go back and live in the pain. He's kind of opened the door and just, let us in. I was surprised he was able to open that bottom door because the bottom thing was locked. You have to kind of twist the thing and then open it. He was able to open it. So, and he just kind of opened the door, let us in, and so I did my thing where I just I have all my bags, all this shit in my arms, like I always carry in, and just put them down there to the left. And I'm not sure what Jeff did. I think he came in and took his shoes off, and I think he had to go back out to the car or something. And
when you guys come to the front door, he has the baby in his hand?
Yeah, he set the baby in front of the door so that she was kind of sticking out a little bit of the opening, because I remember he kind of said something to Kyle, or kind of yelled at him, like not to shut the door because the baby's in the, And then I remember that. But then what happened right after that, I know I kind of looked in the kitchen, and then I think I went back outside. I'm always like go in there, go back out, get this, go back. You know, I am always like doing something. You know, actually, no, I went back to move the baby after he yelled at Kyle at me. I remember doing that. And then, I don't know if he went back out. I don't know what. And then I'm trying to figure out where, I'm thinking, okay, where's Mel? You know, I'm waiting for Mel, you know. Usually she'll say something, hey, you know, sometimes you'll hear her, you know, she'll say something, or maybe she's busy on something. And then that's when I noticed the one chair, one of our chairs was, Kyle's chair, which is right here in the front, was actually over here and laying down on the ground in front of the dishwasher. And that's when and then I walked in, and I'm like, you know, that's when I looked over to the left, and I asked her if she, you know, I asked Mel if she was, I couldn't believe the picture that happened right there. I was stunned. And then I noticed there's blood, and then there's blood by her face. Mouth, you know, she was face first. I thought maybe she slipped and fell and thing. So I went this way, and I just kind of leaned down there. I didn't know what to do, and I'm looking. And I said, Mel, are you okay? I wanted to hold her, but then I'm realizing there's chunk. There's a puddle here. There's a puddle right here, face down. And I thought, that's when I realized, you know. And then I saw her back, and there was chunks. I asked her if she was okay. I wanted to say, hey, Mel, are you okay? Mel, I just realized someone did something to her. I thought maybe she took some, you know, she has medication, she had to take some stuff. And maybe she had because she always has a lot of medication, that's what made it, maybe she lost her balance and just fell down, and maybe. And then that's when I realized I wanted to hold her or do something, but what do you do? I'm not a CPA. I just yelled, I used to call 9. Jeff was immediately onto this 911 call. Boom. He made the first call, and he was outside, I think. I just got up and ran out. I called myself. And
You said you told Jeff to call 911?
yeah, I yelled. I started yelling, yeah. When I don't know what I had. I honestly can't remember exactly everything I did at that initial. I remember asking if she was, at first if she was okay, you know, because I thought maybe she just fell down or something. And then I realized, when I got a close look, I was in the middle of the kitchen. And that's why I wanted to hold her and do something, but then, you know, I could tell, I don't think she was, I was yelling Jeff to call 911. They came pretty fast. Everyone came, and I called a little later, and I'm screaming. I don't know what the hell I screamed. I was just losing it.
Did you check for a pulse or breathing, or did you touch?
I was looking.
Did you move her at all?
I didn't move her. I got really close to her, but I realized I can't, you know, with all the, I tried to see if she was breathing. Are you okay, Mel? Are you okay?
You realized with what?
That's when I got close. That's when, in a few seconds in, you know, the cuts in her shirt. I go, I can't tell if she was I just couldn't believe what was happening in that. I don't know what 911. Jeff was on the phone real quick. He must have heard me yell or something. I don't know what.
Did you call or did Jeff call?
Jeff called. Yeah.
And does Jeff walk into the kitchen? When does he come into the kitchen?
He must have been there behind me. I don't know. he must have been there behind me when I was yelling. I saw it. He maybe saw it, and I was just.
What was Jeff's reaction?
He down 911. He was freaking 911. He called 911 too. He got him there real quick though. He was able to get him here, address, everything. Boom.
Did you say anything to Jeff, or Jeff say anything to you while you're waiting for the medics to get there?
No, I was just stunned. I
Jeff?
was angry. I was hurt, crying.
What was Jeff's reaction?
I couldn't tell. I think he was, I don't know. He had to be startled too, I would think, shocked or whatever.
And the medics arrived, we arrived, and I know you've had a chance to see some of the house. Is there anything in the house that you felt was out of place or unusual?
Just the chair on the floor. I didn't really start going around inside. I came right outside as I saw the emergency people come. I was yelling.
You told us earlier that you have a security system there.
We have two rinky-dink cameras.
And where are those
I don't
cameras?
think, I personally didn't think why if we, I didn't even wanted them to get them in the first place. I thought it was just, they aren't gonna do anything.
And where are those cameras located?
One's under the first deck step. I didn't put them in. The other one's on top, the walkway in the front sidewalk.
No, above the brick,
Yeah,
the arch?
above the oval, yeah, arch.
And are they both working?
They're hooked up to Mel's phone for surveillance, and I think maybe Megan's, possibly Jeff's. They took care of all that.
So they're linked with Mel's phone, Megan's phone, and possibly even Jeff's phone?
I think it would be on Jeff's, maybe Anna's. All you gotta do is download something. I don't do it.
You don't know how they work?
I just try to make sure for years from day one, I lock every door. Downstairs,
When were those
upstairs,
cameras installed?
and I don't, let me think about this. There's one. Well, we had the break-in Thursday, then we had a break-in about a month and a half ago, when those bunch of group of 15-year-old kids came by a couple times, started kicking the downstairs door, sliding glass door, that's when we put them in. Whenever that was, I don't know. I don't know if we called the police.
A month or two longer, approximately?
2 months at least.
Okay. In the summer?
Yeah.
So was it summertime?
2, could have been 3, whenever these kids did this.
Was it summertime?
Yeah, I think so. The kids, yeah, it had to be.
And who installed those?
I think Jeff put them up. He has them at his rental properties. So.
Have you ever been on Mel's phone or?
No,
Megan?
they've shown it to me, but I go, those things aren't gonna spur of the moment catch anybody. It's always the element of surprise with those, I don't think the cameras might be able to get tape of something, but a couple times they didn't get the one guy's.
But other than coming in your front door, your back slider door, the only other entrance is your garage door?
There's a sliding glass, there's a walkout basement, there's a sliding glass door up on the deck, family room, there's the front door and the garage, yes. 4.
And that camera in the back wouldn't pick up the walkout basement, correct?
The camera.
It's too high?
It's underneath, it wouldn't get the sliding glass door on the deck, but it would get the one down below, supposed to get the one down below. Where in the that goes into the basement, and that's where Jeff.
But I saw that camera, it's really capturing if you walked up those stairs, correct?
I think, yeah.
But only the one way? You could get up to your deck 2 different ways?
Correct, yeah.
We talked a little bit about the home life and everybody being under the same roof. And as far as you and Mel, everything is fine with you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We have, we're not like, and we just have a routine, we just have a plan and just living together for the rest of our lives. That was we wanted to downsize out of the house. She can't walk the steps because
finances are in order?
Yeah, we both have a retirement amount. We both have retirements. We owe on the house, 80, I think, right?
But your marriage,
We got equity in the house.
Yeah. Your marriage was strong?
Yes, she was my best friend. She's my best friend. We started together. We both came from really poor backgrounds. We split all the bills. We lived in 3. We grew up in our first house was in Berea, then Ridgeville. We knew it would take 2 wage earners to and 3 kids is.
Bruce, back to
It was great.
Applebee's. Let me just ask you a question. Back to Applebee's. I want you to think back. You never saw Jeff leave Applebee's for a short period of time?
No, he did not. He went to the bathroom.
And you never left, walked out that door?
I watched the baby. He had to go to the bathroom.
And you never walked out the door?
No, I don't know.
I'm sorry?
No, I sat right there in the thing the whole time. The whatever table.
Okay. Who do you think would have done something like this to Mel?
Well, I put this guy Mark Cerner on this list.
Mark Cerner?
No, Mark Cerner.
How do you spell his name?
I know he got into it with Mel. Cirner.
I'm sorry? Ciner?
Cirner.
And who is Mark Cerner?
I went to Bowling Green with him, and we graduated in '85. Well, I graduated in '87. He went a couple of years. I've seen him off and on throughout the years. A lot of mutual friends, and we hung out a lot this year. He hung out a little more often than he usually does. He does that. He has circles of friends and he kind of jumps around. That's fine. He was hanging out with us a lot.
You and Mel?
Yeah, he was hanging by the boat, or with Joe and others, but other people too. We would take them to like open gym at the Pickle Works in January and February. You know, when we decided to buy a boat, you know, for Mel's, I said it's for Mel's 50th, and just to get away, just to have a getaway, because we're under so much stress, we're getting older, just have a place to go, because her family's always had property up there by Miller's Ferry. They had a boat in their family at one point. I just wanted her to have something like that, you know, and me too, just to get away. It was really cool. And Mark this guy Joe, who was at the brew kettle yesterday with us, he bought a boat the year before, and he's the one who kind of talked us into this, and he found this deal on the internet. It was only $4,500. The engine only had 3,600 hours. Mel did a lot of work on the cushions. I did a lot of the cleaning. It's something we could do together, you know what I mean? Because we, you know, as the time, you know, we're too busy. Our whole lives are taking, you know, as they're getting older, taking care of the kids, the college, and Kyle's work. We have a place to go, and it's me, her, and Kyle a lot, and Joe would be up there as well. And Mark hung out, and Mark hung out a lot, but, you know, and he just kept saying, you know, this is the summer of Spaz. His nickname's Spaz. And, you know, he's fun to be around. He's like a sales guy. He's out. You know, he's pretty upbeat, a lot of fun. And he always says, he'll always call people by their nickname over and over and over. He just does that to, I don't know what, you know, just to, I don't know if it's a sales technique or ego thing, I don't know. But he says Brewski is my nickname, you know, with him, and it's, you know, after a while it's cool, you know, it's fun. It's like, okay, Mark, or I call him, you know, that's his thing the things back from college. He keeps doing that. Well, he had a tough time. He had a job for a while and got laid off, and when he gets laid off, my buddy Joe says, you know, Mark's fun. Mark's a lot of fun to be around at the time, and then, you know, but then he can kind of go. He can kind of go, if things aren't going well, he can kind of go south. And I've never really seen that from him, you know, personally, because I've never around him that much. But, you know, the fact we're getting a boat, he wanted to hang out a lot, and that's cool. We didn't, you know, I'm fine with that. He actually was going to go in and buy it with us in As, but then me and all just wanted to do it. I don't think he could afford it. But along the way, and that doesn't matter. I mean, it's just about getting away, not, you know, about having fun and not, you know. And I don't know, he came up here and there, but then he was blowing Joe off, and Joe doesn't get mad at him. I didn't care if you can come. We ended up having to drive because his cars aren't in great shape. You know, he's getting unemployment. He's renting out his condo, but he's helping to take care of an 86-year-old guy through a family friend. And I know he doesn't like his arrangement, but I'm finding things out more and more that they don't want him there now lately. And I think he was hinting about living in our basement after the kids move out. And after a while, we just said because this year he was a lot more up and down, like.
Well, when he's down, you say he went south.
Like, well, what he's been doing, he'll burn bridges, and he has a history of burning bridges with some people, with friends. I don't know about this, but you find it. I mean, I know him enough to know, and you hear it, and I just kind of, whatever. He says things. He gets in people's personal lives and situations. He always has to have his opinion and comment. He kind of crosses the line, you know, goes in deep. But so he was doing that with me and Mel, and it's like he's texting her a lot, me a lot, just, you know, really weird.
Saying what?
There's some text that I had to delete.
What kind of text would you have to delete?
He sends these 4, like, just things. I found out how. Well, he would get into it with Mel about, and you know, I don't know about teaching. You know, Mel's a teacher. He's always talking. The thing is, he's always domineering the guy, and he'll go along, but then he'll butt heads with you, and he'll say this and that. Well, he was up at the 4th of July. He was always talking, just getting really angry with in his conversations, and just just high energy. I mean, more so than usual. And then I found out like my sister, he never met my sisters. They were up there, and he's talking about in college and getting laid, picking up a girl, and it's like, Mark, you don't even, what are you doing this? Oh, I thought she was cool. It's like, Mark, just don't bring that kind of stuff up. So anytime I do something, if I say something like that, he gets, I think after a while he thinks about it, and then he takes it the wrong way. Then the friendship started just going, we were hanging around too often, too much, and it was just, and then he was sending, he sends these texts on purpose to people. I mean, I'm going to mess with this guy. He does this a lot. He's doing that to Mel, then he sends them to me.
What was he saying to Mel?
Well, the last ones was something about when he was really mad, when we kind of just were done and it was getting worse. Just calling her a liberal, like, you're a Libby, and just, like, sending these rapid fire texts that are very short. And then he's sending me stuff too about, he says, he'll say something like, fine donuts, just something just bizarre and weird. And one of them was, I'm jacking off. I mean, I deleted all this crap, but if you have to pull it back out, it's like, after that, I was just like, me and Mel had an agreement, let's just kind of avoid him and just not, then time would go by, then he'd come back and want to hang out or just start messing, sending stuff. And it's like, that's when we had to say, just Mel had to tell him, don't, deleted all she deleted his contacts, everything. Deleted and just said, don't contact me. I think we deleted him off Facebook, my daughters. I told Mark, after he was, just getting in Mel's face and mine, I said, Mark, just stop. Just don't, don't. I said, Mark, next time I see you, I'm just going to punch him. I'm gonna, I just kind of had to, I felt I had to threaten him just for him to stop sending these fucked up texts, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to do anything. I just want him to go away. So that's that. So I can't afford to, if I hit him with, we're doing pretty good, we're doing fine. We don't need him suing me for, I'm not going to go there, but I'll say that just to do it. So, and we haven't heard from him, I know he was bad-mouthing me to some people, and he got back to me. It's like, I don't care anymore. Eventually, he'll just kind of lighten up and go away. I don't know if he'd come over here and do this to Mel. He's kind of 55. He's out of shape. Would he have someone come over? And is he that angry and spiteful? My buddy Joe said, you got to watch out. He might do something to like your property or something. Joe came out and said this guy Joe, the guy who had bought the boat, who has the boat next to me. These are just conversations I'm picking up, but I'm just at a point. I just wanted to, we have our own things going. We had our wedding to get this wedding. We had, worrying about, I'm worried about. I'm just going to get my next job, and that's that. And we're going to sell the house and downsize and just live a lot easier. Mel wanted to, for years or two. She's been telling everyone she just wants to get a smaller house. We just want to get a ranch, and that's fine. That's what I want to do too. We'd have a good equity in the house. We could come out with no mortgage, and we'd be fine.
Yeah, but we're talking like text messages. We're going 0 to 60 here, and
Yeah.
what will cause them to do something that extreme?
This extreme?
I mean,
Is he that
you're mentioning it. You're mentioning
well, here's
it.
why I think he's he went to a whole nother level. Okay, I have a friend, Jim Oster. He said we were at a wedding in the summer. The time and place of all these conversations and things, it was earlier this summer. We're at a graduation party, and the same girl's graduation, she got married. But at the graduation party, afterwards, Mark went with this, my one friend to Seven Hills Lanes and hung out, Jimmy Oster. And we were all wondering, what's up with everyone? There's a lot of people, what's up with Mark? What's up with Spaz? Why is he so hyped up? Why is he so jacked? And Jimmy let us know that he was doing coke.
Excuse me, I'm going to step out real quick.
Or he's been doing coke.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one time, with the boat, I was at Razzles, it's in North Olmsted, and I left something on the boat, and I had to go back and get it. So I just went for a ride, and Mark wanted to go for a ride with me, so I'm in my little car there. And Mark literally is right here sitting next to me, and he must have said my name real loud. He's deaf, and when he's screaming my name, Brewski, he must have said it at least 500 times. It's just bizarre. I go, Mark, I was telling everyone, like, Mark, you got a whole nother level. When I first saw him, it's like of how pumped you are, and I just like, but it was kind of like, it was kind of scary too. It was like, it was different, and a lot of people noticed this. But you know, he's like burning bridges and calling people, like a couple of friends, the N-word, or he did this one thing with another friend. We have this couple that we hang out a lot the last 2 or 3 years. They like to just go out and have some drinks, and they're kind of like super partiers. They have a lot of energy. I won some tickets for my family. We went to me, Mel, Kyle, and Megan. We were at the Winking Lizard, and then we went to the game, the baseball game. I got free ticket. I won the tickets. And when I always drop the kids off, and then I go park the car a long ways away for real cheap. I don't want to pay $30 or $40, so then I walk past Panini's, and there's Mark Spaz with this one girl who's really hyped up. She's one of the couple, but her husband wasn't there. He's a pharmacist. But those two together is not a good thing because they're just both hyped, and she doesn't work. But anyway, so Mark offers to buy me beer. I said no, I'm good. But all night long, I saw them that night. They were they're buying beers, they're having a good time. But later on that night, and this story got around through all our circle of friends, and that Mark, hey, it's your turn to buy a beer. It's your turn to buy a beer. Give me, and you know, he was getting mad. He's getting mad at her. And this is the story coming from Cheryl, you know, the girl that he's with. And Mark starts screaming in front of everybody at the bar, and stands up and goes, "She's a cheap Jew. She's a Jew." And when that story got around, everyone knew something was not right. And she just ran out of there crying. She ended up getting a Uber and going home. And Mark tried to polish. She bought her a purse the next day or something. I don't know. He just does goofy things. Now, when we first had the baby was born, he would come over and he's like in the baby's face and screaming, trying to get her to laugh, and just being all just out of control. It was just like, man, what's wrong with him? And well, him and Mel kind of, you know, he's bound to get into it with everybody. You know, so we just pretty much had to cut him out. And I don't know if he's the one who said he wants to cut down his friends. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. So we cut him out too, and boom, we're good. Fine, let's move on. So I don't know if he's holding any out. I mean, that's a name for that reason. It's a long story. It's I can't think what else. These attempted break-ins. Is it something out of the blue? I don't know. I hope the forensics picks up whatever. I hope it gets some evidence there.
Well, they're working on it right now, and see what comes of it. What type of reports have you filed since? How long have you been living in Strongsville?
Let's see here. I think 16 years. I'm guessing 16.
How many times have you had contacts with the police?
This year?
How about just in general?
In general?
Yeah.
Nothing. We called once, I think, for that kid who was lighting off fireworks in the common area once. Once, maybe twice, and that was it. But that went away. They moved, and yada yada. That's it. This year, it's all these it's. I don't know, Mel. I think Jeff calls them, or Mel calls them. I don't know. I don't do the reports myself. I just like, okay, you guys got it, okay.
How many times have they called us?
I want to think 3 or 4. I know Mel's been in conversation with you guys and with recently quite a bit. When anything happens, a cut thing, it could be up to 5 or 6.
This year alone?
Yes, this year. I can't get my head around it. The lost keys, just everything. I don't know if it's just too much being pulled in too many different directions this year for us.
What's the stress level like in your house? I mean, obviously you got things going on with the marriage. Things aren't necessarily panning through as far as getting things arranged.
Yeah.
About the money, right? We spoke about money, right?
Yeah, I thought the money was handled. I thought it was taken care of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then you lose your job.
That's fine. I'll be getting 11 week severance. That'll be November 15th.
Yeah, you yourself mentioned stress. So what's the stress level like in the house?
For me, it's there for sure.
Well, what does that mean for you? It's there. What's the stress? I mean, you mentioned stress, and also I'm fine with severance when I'm losing my job and things aren't panning out. The wedding. Define stress.
Well, it's the things we want to get, the things that has to get done, and the idea that we want to sell our house. Just all these things we want to get done in a short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think of as the stress.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if there's self-imposed deadlines, but little by little we can get the house. Next spring was the day to put the house on the market, and we'll be. I mean, push comes to shove. I could take money out of, if I wanted to, I could take the retirement out of my account, pay the penalty to the government, pay off the house, pay off the van, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So we have no debts.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can sell the house and then live cheaper, and then, that's if push comes to shove, because Kyle's 1 more year of high school, but then I'm not sure what the plan's going to be like. What's he going to do after high school?
It's tough though, right? Having a handicapped child.
Yes. Oh yeah. It's
got to make you worried about what his future's going to be
the
like.
future.
Right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Like,
it's always on the back of your mind. But
who's he going to be living with? You guys are not getting any younger. You guys are getting older.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine.
Yeah, it's.
Scale of 1 to 10. What's the stress level on the house? I mean, can we get along?
Well, I think leading up to the wedding, it's been high. There's just a lot of things that have to get done.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't seem to be getting. They're not getting done maybe till last minute or whatever. So it's like.
Okay.
I mean, we didn't have we're kind of supposed to do some kind of bachelor party and shoot guns in West Virginia or something, but that didn't work out. It was.
Mm-hmm. All right, just hang tight here. I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, Bruce. Besides Mark, anybody else that you think would be capable of doing this, or from what you
I don't know if Mark would really.
Yeah, from what you described to Mark,
He's just at a whole nother level this year.
But is he a violent person, or he just sounds like he's childish?
Yeah, very childish. Yeah.
But it doesn't.
I've called
does
him.
he sound? He doesn't sound violent to me. He sounds just childish.
He's like another level. Yeah. It's,
okay. He doesn't have, from what you told me, that Mel and him butted heads. Looks more about politics from what you're telling me.
Right.
But
it
doesn't seem like he really have a motive to do something like this.
No,
where they're.
What he likes to do, he goes around and just backstabs people to other people, and he does that. He did that, and he just goes around in circles, keeps doing that bad mouth. He always has people, like the guy he told that he does cocaine, that he did cocaine. He tells him, "You're in a box. You're stuck in your box because all you do is you hang out with your friends in Independence. You're stuck."
Yeah.
It's like we're all in a box, and you think in theory.
Yeah.
So.
Bruce, I want to ask you, when you were at Applebee's, you did walk out of Applebee's. Do you remember doing that?
Walked out of Applebee's. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I went out to get my phone.
But I thought you kept your phone in that bag.
I thought I
purse.
did too. I didn't. It was in between my legs when I was driving to Applebee's. It had to be between my legs. It wasn't in the bag. I try to keep everything in one place.
Okay.
You're right. I did go out because I did leave the phone there.
Did you take anything out with you?
I did not take anything out with me. I just went out, got my phone, came back in.
Because you did take something out with you, though. You don't remember taking anything out with you?
Maybe my green bag.
No, it wasn't your bag.
I don't remember.
You don't remember taking anything out?
No.
When you were at Applebee's?
No, because I wanted to call Mel. So
How long were you in Applebee's before you realized you didn't have your phone?
I can't get. Well, until the conversation came up about trying to get a hold of her. That would be my guess. What, 15 minutes? That's just a guess.
That seems like a long time, especially when things already seem kind of funny, and you go there and you're talking to Jeff, and that's why I asked you what the conversation was, because you say, well, I hope anything didn't happen to her. You would think right away, like, well, I don't have my phone if she calls, but why would you let so much time go by before you go out to get your phone?
I don't know if it was 15 minutes. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
But you left with something from the restaurant.
I did. My keys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my keys to get in the car. Okay. Right?
Okay.
I don't know. It's okay.
You're sure you went to you go straight to your car to get your phone?
Straight to the car. I remember opening it, boom, grabbing it, the phone. What I did there, I don't know. I know I wanted to get a hold of her. We were talking.
But you never texted.
No, I wanted to check the phone, maybe if she got a hold of us, or she called us or something, or texted.
But you never texted her or tried to call her to tell her that you were at Applebee's. I would think that you would. That you guys would say, hey, we're here.
Did I text her I was going to Applebee's?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, come up and meet us. Where are you? We're up here. I'm up here with Jeff. And the baby and Anna.
I should have. I thought Anna said she called and texted her too. And Jeff, all three of us were trying to get a hold of her.
Yeah, you said that earlier, I know, but once you're there, I would think that would be a topic, like you said, like you asked Jeff.
I had no idea.
You said to Jeff that I hope nothing happened to her, and
I'm thinking in terms of car accident or
right. I understand that. I understand that, but I guess I just
Yeah.
I guess if it was me, I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
well, I'd definitely realize I didn't have my phone right away. I'd be calling or texting, especially when you're with Jeff, and now it really seems even more funny than a night's getting.
In hindsight now, yeah, it's at the time, no.
In case in point, when you got
Because we divide and conquer a lot of times, so in life. And
in case in point, going back to when you initially got the initial text to go meet at the brew cut, you thought that was odd.
not initially, in hindsight,
Okay.
from her phone. Why? Yeah.
Well, when you get a text like that, the brew kettle, and you were there the night before, which struck you as funny.
Not at that time. I didn't. In hindsight, it seemed fun. It seemed odd, but because I'm trying to figure out.
Is the brew kettle
What's going
somewhere
on?
you go often together?
Yes, it's part of the rotation,
Okay.
but not back-to-back days.
So,
But
so,
maybe-
somebody,
I know what you're getting at. I just.
well, do you know what I'm getting at? So that's somewhere, if I'm
Well,
gonna,
yeah, I
if
can
I'm
say
gonna
that in
text,
hindsight now that what happened. Yeah, now I'm thinking, okay, what's going on? Why am I getting on a wild goose chase?
Yeah,
But
but
that-
you mentioned being that text message at the brew kettle, and you felt like
No, it was 4:25.
Well, I'm just
when I
saying,
got
you,
the
said
text, and I was at work.
You first mentioned that you got the text message about being at the brew kettle, and then
They
after
meet me
that,
at the brew kettle. I thought it was this thing like she wanted me to meet. She had something to say to me, something
I
about
understand that.
the wedding.
I'm just getting to the point that you
Yeah.
just keep on bringing up. You keep on thinking that someone's trying to waste your time.
In hindsight now,
In hindsight.
I'm thinking back. Yeah,
But at the same time, you got a text message to what? The brew kettle, and then eventually what? From Jeff to go meet up at Applebee's, right?
I got phone calls from Jeff.
Okay, to meet up at Applebee's, right?
Yeah, about
Okay.
Applebee's.
But
about
no one told you to go shop at Walmart and go work out, right?
Walmart is what I planned on doing at some point. That was just on a.
I'm just trying to make sense of this because you're saying that someone's wasting your
Okay.
time, but no one told you to
Well, I have a-
Walmart. No one told you to
Well, if you
work
look at
out.
my phone, I have an interview tomorrow, and I wanted to get a. Yesterday, I went shopping for a suit at JCPenney with my wife and Kyle. We went from Kohl's. Okay, we were at the boat all weekend, and on Sunday I said, no, on the way home we gotta try to find a suit somewhere. So we decided on the ride out.
Hey, we understand
On the
that,
flight,
but
that I
what
wanted to get a
Detective
suit.
Strong's getting at, and what we're getting at is,
Yeah,
No one told you to monopolize that time.
I understand that.
I mean,
Well, I figure while I'm waiting for her to come to the brew kettle, I'm waiting for a response and her to get back, and she must be caught up with friends. We thought I don't know, she runs into
well,
people or something, so that's why I said, oh, I know to go to Walmart. Kyle needs underwear.
let me ask you this and help me out a little bit. If you don't think that she sent you that text to go to the brew kettle,
Now I
So-
don't think she did. In hindsight, I don't think so.
okay,
I'd like to know where the hell her phone is.
okay, and fair enough. And but it would have to be somebody that knows her, knows you,
Yeah.
to come up with that location.
Exactly. I agree with you.
So,
Well, I don't. Mark knows about the brew kettle, and he's pretty short on those quick texts when he's messing with people.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
none, of
It's 4 or
them,
5
none,
words.
none of them express the level of violence that
Yeah.
we've seen
Yeah,
today,
absolutely.
correct? When calling someone liberal is not violent.
Well, when you see if you've ever seen him in person, see
Yeah,
how
but
he
it's
gets.
like 0 to 60, like, 'cause that's a
Yeah.
big 180, what we just saw today, right?
I mean,
So,
outside of,
But we saw
okay, let's just say, for argument's sake, like you said, so you have Mark, and then you have your family, right?
No one in my family is capable of this.
Because
No one in my family is capable of this.
if it was somebody completely from the outside, how would they come up with that location?
Exactly.
Because I couldn't text somebody in my family and just pick a random place.
I know.
It'd have to make sense.
Yeah, I agree.
And a bar or a brewery definitely isn't a place that I text my wife randomly. If I was going to do something like this, I couldn't text somebody randomly to go to a bar or brewery like that.
But we do. We go out to eat all the time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
And-
who would know? Who would know?
I thought,
Who would know to pick a location like that?
meet me at the brew kettle, and then I send a response.
But answer my question: who would know?
Who would?
That's what I'm. You know what I mean? It's
Who all knows I go to brew kettle?
somebody would have to know.
Your routine.
I mean,
What do you
Joe. Yeah, Joe.
Okay, but Joe's not somebody that you feel
Yeah,
is any
no,
reason to do this.
Mark Cerner for sure knows I go up there, but I don't know. Someone.
There's a lot of places to eat, right, in Strongsville? Brew Kettle ain't the only one. They're gonna have to know. That's one you go to.
So who do you?
Well, who what?
Yes. God.
And would it?
My family knows.
Sure.
The only-
Somebody that
the two-
knows
the two
knows
that
where
live
you
with-
like to go.
The two that live with us know.
And then, well, what about Kyle? You know, it says meet me at the.
Kyle can't text.
No, I know. I'm not saying that Kyle texted you. But if Mel is texting you,
This.
wouldn't she say
This
meet
looks
Kyle
like
and
a-
I up at the brew kettle? Wouldn't she include him in that text message?
Yeah, ask that again.
If Mel was texting you to meet
Yes.
you, wanted to meet you there, would she not say
Meet
meet
me.
Kyle and I up at the brew kettle?
Well, see, what makes this different is I thought she was supposed to meet her mom and do this money
Meet
thing.
his mom.
Yeah, and that's the last thing I was told by her, that she was getting reimbursed.
Well, who would
by-
watch Kyle while she's doing that? Kyle would have
She
to
would
meet
have,
her.
no, she would have, yeah, she would have him with her. I mean, we do,
But do you think
we
it's-
fly,
do you-
we
wait,
fly on
you-
these plans all the time. These
Right.
plans just fly all the time. That's how we
Yeah, well, I understand how.
divide it's.
Yeah, I understand that.
And so while I'm waiting, I'm gonna go to Walmart. And then my regular routine is to go to the rec center for about, you know. Who knows our routine to go to the brew kettle?
Well,
That's
who,
what gets
who would know to pick that location?
Like I said, a lot of restaurants in the area.
See, that, I don't know what you mean by that, but it's.
Well,
There's a lot of places to eat, right?
Well, yeah.
They're gonna need to know.
It's a you know it's a obviously it's a bar brewery.
And we were there the night
restaurant.
before, so anybody that knows we were up there from the wedding group. I mean, Jeff and Anna would know. Maybe his mom would know to go there. Joe, but not on Monday. Monday's,
Joe, the neighbor of the boat.
yeah, he's fine. He's, I think,
When you guys go to the brew kettle, do you eat? You go there.
yeah, eat and drink, yeah.
Eat and drink.
What?
Drink.
Yeah,
Give us
both.
a guarantee.
We do both, yeah.
And your nickname's Brewski, right?
We have a beer or two, yeah.
Okay, so you normally eat and drink and then go work out after you drink.
I went to the brew kettle today, but I didn't eat.
Okay.
So I went to Applebee's. I went to work out because it's like, well,
Well, it's.
I'm waiting to hear what's going on because my usual thing is to wait to hear from Mel. Okay, what are our plans? Where are we going?
Where,
ending
where
up?
I'm going with this, though,
I understand
what I'm
where
asking,
you're ending up, yeah.
what I'm asking you at a place like that, you know, what do you normally do there? And you eat and drink, and that's understandable.
We'd have a
but-
beer. I don't know what the discussion would be about. I don't know.
But let me
if
just
she had something to
finish.
say to
So
me.
you normally
Something
would-
happened. Why would she send that?
At any point today, did Mel tell you that she's making dinner, or what do you want to
No.
eat? Does she ask you? What do
She
you want to
usually
eat?
does. She usually asks that we got to go out somewhere, or that's usually what
And
she
today
asks.
she never asked.
She doesn't say meet me at Brew Kettle. That's kind of a rare thing, but we're
But I'm
we're
asking
in
you,
it's a
throughout the
different
day,
situation with this
Throughout the
wedding
day,
showing
did
up.
she send you a text that asked you what you like for dinner? Or
She
I'm
sent
making
some
this?
stuff, and she sent some texts about her ankle.
No,
She-
but you're not
she's
answering the
visiting
question.
the doctor.
What, Bruce, I'm asking you, did
About
she,
dinner?
Did she say
It-
anything about dinner? that I'm making dinner?
It's hit or miss what time she does this.
No, did she
Because
send
she
you a
teaches
text?
school out
Did she send you a text that
I don't
I'm
remember.
making this tonight
Today?
or
Today?
today? Did she send you anything that says I'm making?
No, not making dinner, because we thought the plans were that she was meeting her. I thought Jeff's mom was buying everyone dinner today and tonight. That was the plan.
And you don't know where that's supposed to be?
I had no idea where it was at or anything like that. I'm always left in the dark with that shit with that side of the family.
And when you're at
or
Applebee's,
what's
did you
going on.
ask Jeff like what happened to our plans to meet? Now it's just you two and the baby.
Yeah, and that was kind of
Odd.
at the time. I didn't think it was different. I thought we were just kind of as a get together thing before the wedding. Let's kind of bond because we had a little.
I understand that, but initially the plan was for
But that's my
his
thinking.
mother to be there.
That was the
and
initial,
Mel
yeah.
to be there. And now
But they
it's just-
changed
now it's just you two.
plans on the fly. I'm the one on the outskirts of these plans.
Right.
I
Did
just
you-
go. I just follow the
Yeah,
flows.
I understand that. Did you?
Okay.
But when you're at Applebee's now, it's just you two, and of course the baby. But
Yeah.
and that now it's
Did it
like,
strike me?
Now you're minus
a
two
little
people.
bit, yeah, a
Now
little
you're
bit.
minus two people. So what I'm asking you, you didn't ask him like, where is everybody? Where's your mom? Did you ever ask him where his mom was?
I don't
You can't get a
remember.
hold of Mel.
Or I brought up about his mom. He says, "Oh, I'll go to my mom's house and get the money." It's like, well, I thought your mom was giving Mel the money and they were meeting. I thought it was just those two for dinner, but then I thought it was us, everyone. See, these things constantly are
Well-
changing. That's the thing. That's how it works. That's how it happens with these people.
Okay, so at one point you thought
It's not a lock. I know
everybody
you're trying to
was
lock
meeting-
down something, and it's just not
Okay.
like that.
But at one point you thought everybody was meeting for dinner and that Jeff's mom was going to pay for it.
Yeah, no big deal. And whoever. Yeah, she said she was gonna buy everyone dinner for us having to put down the money for the wedding,
Okay.
and taking care of all them, for the last 2 years, that kind of thing. Because she doesn't really come. He goes to their house here and there with the baby and stuff like that.
Okay.
So getting back to the question of who could do something like this.
Well, who could do something like this, and who would know to text you to go to Brookettle? It's not.
I hate to
It's
say it.
it's
It's
a
a-
popular place, but it's not
Who would-
probably the typical meeting place.
But who would know to do it?
And who would know the likelihood that
I know.
you might go to
You-
okay,
Walmart
I know.
or you might go
You-
work out?
Jeff.
I'm sorry?
Jeff what?
Jeff would know that. He seemed to somehow get back into the plans of the money. Somehow he got involved with the bet. The stories, it's always like a constant change of stories and things with him and his family and what's going on, what's actually happening, what's going to happen. I'll get that for you, but then it never happens, and things like that. That.
You
So I
mentioned-
just it's not you can't.
Yeah,
Is he
he's not reliable.
is he violent? Would he do that? No, I don't think so.
He's not capable of doing something like this. He's not walking in.
I don't know. Is
I
his
don't
dad-
know. I don't know. Is it kind of a strong?
Is his dad? I think his dad.
What would his dad's motive be?
They've been there's this kind of secrecy going on, and I don't know what. He doesn't come around.
Okay, but
Well, him and his dad got in fist fights.
yeah, but that's him
Okay.
and his father. But what
Okay,
is
okay.
his relationship with Mel? Why would?
Okay, here's what I don't get. Okay, they had there was one morning, and it was the morning of the bridals. They had some kind of party at our house. Mel for the girls. They're doing a bridal shower or whatever. Yeah, this is the bridal shower day. So that morning, I'm taking the power washer. I'm trying to do everything I can to help get the house ready because I was going golfing later that day with some dudes out at Little Mountain. This guy had a gift certificate, but his dad came beforehand. So I said, "Hey, how you doing?" And shook his hand. He could tell I was a little stressed, because just hurrying up, trying to get, I want to get everything done and did my part to help the house be ready for the bachelorette party. And his dad came up and shook my hand. And Jeff, but he won't go in the house. Jeff told me once that his dad doesn't like Mel because he said something about him, said some things, and I'm like, and I asked Mel, well, Mel, over the weekend, like, what, did you ever say anything about Jeff's dad? It's like, no. It
seems
odd. But
seems unlikely. I mean,
seems unlikely, but Jeff said that he doesn't like Mel, or he can't stand him, and I don't know. And now that you bring that up, it was just something off the cuff.
So
it's
Jeff,
out of the blue, and I was like, but everything has always gone through Jeff's information, through him. Like, well, what'd you tell your dad about Mel? Are you mad at Mel because you don't like what she? I mean, Mel's a school teacher and she runs out pretty tight, you know. Sometimes she'll yell and she gets on people like they're her own kids, and I don't think you'd take it that wrong and do what happened tonight. But I don't know if there's
you know, it was
because I know
something-
their personalities do butt, and they go, like when Mel, we had a drawer in the kitchen there and it fell, and she pulled it out, and I always kind of wanted to get it fixed. There's some screws in it, and the drawer was full of crap just hit the ground, and I mean, Jeff starts laughing like crazy, and just, you could tell it was like pretty spiteful, getting back at her kind of a laugh, because they're always trying to, who's right, they have this little headbutting thing going on. But his dad's never
Bruce.
around. Well, why would his dad be so mad at him?
Yeah.
His dad tried to kill himself. I don't know if you guys know that. Yeah. But and him and his dad were getting in fist fights all the time. I mean, you can look back on some Strongsville record, and they've gotten in they've been called to that house quite a bit. And then after we get him getting in these fist fights, he moves it. You know, he's in our house, like it's like almost like it's hit. You know, like he's the he's the man or knows all. You know, it's just all of a sudden he went from the kid worried about getting, and now he's been here 2 years, and it's a little, it's kind of different.
Yeah, comfortable.
Yeah, and it's, I'm just doing my thing. I'm kind of conservative.
So
and do my job.
When I asked you if
I'm
he's
too busy worrying about making sure Kyle's okay.
Bruce, when I asked you if he's capable of
this,
doing this, you said I don't know. That is somewhat telling. I mean, I
didn't see. I don't know. I don't know him that well. I mean, he owns guns. I know that.
I mean, you lived with him for 2 years. That's a good way to get to know somebody.
Yeah, but we never cross paths.
Okay.
We rarely cross paths.
Has he ever threatened Mel?
No.
Okay.
Do they butt heads and kind of have a little thing? Yeah.
I think if
family members do.
I think the three of us lived in
Yeah.
the same roof, we would probably butt heads too. It's inevitable. Let me shift gears
I know
here.
they shoot guns and things like that.
Let me shift gears here, Bruce. The clothes that you wore to Applebee's?
Yeah.
Is that what you wore to work?
Yes, I also wore them. I wore them Friday as well to work, because I left them on my air mattress in my room.
Okay.
So I wore them Friday and I wore them today.
Okay, you had those on all day, except for when you changed to go to.
I did when I went to the rec center.
What did you change into at the
my
rec center?
routine. Okay, go ahead. I go upstairs. I changed out of that shirt and those pants, and I put on.
You went to the locker room?
Yeah, the locker room.
Do you have your own locker there? Are you allowed to keep a lock?
No, but I don't. I don't have anything of value in there. I carry my phone with me and the keys.
Okay, and what did you change into at the rec center?
The black shorts that the black shorts, GSL shorts, and they're wet. They're in the back of my car now with the towel wrapped around them and wet. And I think that's it, I think.
Okay, what shirt were you wearing? Was that in your car as well?
I had a gray shirt. It was a gray t-shirt. Well, just a plain gray t-shirt.
Gym shoes?
I used those black shoes and the black socks. It was kind of a dorky look, but whatever. I didn't care. I just wanted to do a few quick things.
Okay. And this t-shirt and your wet shorts are in your car?
Yes.
Okay.
And then what I did was I came back up from the rec center, from the workout room. I came back up, and I went into this. I didn't have the underwear on. I just wore the shorts, so that way I can wear the underwear with the pants that I have on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wore that on Friday, and you wore it again, the same outfit today.
Yes, correct.
All right. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I gotta talk to Jason real fast.
I don't understand these plans getting all mixed up.
Well, we're just trying to, like I said, just clarify things and then try to get a better understanding what happened leading up to this.
I understand. Yeah, I just
We just want to be a thorough. We just want to do a thorough job.
I know. I just don't get why. No, I don't get why the dinner plans. I heard all these different things. It's always like this. Things are always going to be. You're gonna do this, gonna do that. That doesn't happen. It changes in a hurry.
It seems like you're always on the outside looking in. Is that the case?
Exactly. Yes.
Does that upset you quite a bit? It seems like it.
No, you want things to. No, well, you just want to know what you're doing. You just want to know what the plans are. Let's at least figure out what we're doing here. Mm-hmm. Right?
But it seems like I'm not.
No, I don't have any animosity about being the. In this situation, I don't mind not being on the outside looking in. It's okay. It's no big deal.
It's just like I said, it's like every aspect.
But why does it? I don't get why. I don't understand. In lieu of what happened, why? Mel and the mom were supposed to get together for dinner. There was something going. She was going to give him the. It's only $6,500 fucking dollars. They killed her for $6,500 fucking dollars. Mm. It's not that much. If he has a house that he paid cash for, that he said, I can't see that being a fucking thing. Mm-hmm. If that's the case, if they did that. Mm-hmm. Did they actually buy this house? I don't know. Mm-hmm. It's right by.
Trying to tip out on things and try to get an idea what happened tonight, leading up to what happened. So
yeah,
that's all we're trying to do.
No, I know. No. Anyone find your cell phone at all?
Well, I think they're trying to work on that.
Well.
Okay, Bruce. Let's get out of here. I need to talk to Jeff. Okay. I appreciate you coming in and willing to talk to us, and we appreciate your time. You know,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for you know, what you had to go through tonight. And obviously I'll be in contact with you. Right? I'll give you a card before we leave.
Yeah,
and we'll give you a ride. You can't go back to the house because we're still there. Okay, so do you have somewhere where you'd like to be taken to?
Can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
I was at the hospital. I talked to your sister, and I'm not sure which sister you have. I guess you have a big family.
Yeah.
But your sister's at the hospital. You got some family at the hospital.
Thank you.
It's probably
The hospital would be good.
a good place you to start heading.
Yeah,
to the
thank you.
hospital. Okay.
Move all this. I'm trying to investigate too in my mind what the hell happened. And
Has anybody spoken to you about Mel, and do you know her condition? Has anybody,
someone said she passed.
who told you that?
I don't remember. Well, someone, one of the guys. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if you knew. Yeah, but she's passed away. Well, let's walk out, and we'll give you a ride to the hospital so you can be with your family. Okay. Anna, this is my boss.
Great. Nice to meet you.
Well, we appreciate you coming in. Okay.
Anything I can do.
Yeah,
I know.
like I said, you're not in any trouble.
I know.
As you understand, we weren't there. We're trying to piece together.
I wanna help
We're
wherever
going to
I
talk to
can.
everybody. So, you know, I want you to be scared. All right.
It's just, I have natural anxiety.
Yeah.
Prozac. helps.
Well, a lot of people do when they come here.
Well,
You know? Yeah, so it's understandable. I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, so like I said, there's no particular
battling your
order.
butt off at all of you yesterday.
Yeah, and I wasn't in there very much with you, so I don't know what you told other officers. So we're just going to start, like, with your father and like with Jeff. Just tell me about your day yesterday. We're going to start in the morning. Okay, and just go from the morning to
Very
when.
simple with me.
Okay, when we got there. If I could, Anna, can you spell your name for me?
A-N-N-A.
Okay, and your middle name?
M-A-R-I-E.
Marie. Okay. And what's your last name?
Pleskovic. P-L-E-S-K-O-V-I-C.
And what's your date of birth, Anna?
November 6, 1996.
96?
Yeah.
Okay. And your cell phone number?
440
Okay.
610
Okay.
1086. Oh, that's 11-6, not 4. Sorry.
Okay.
Turned 21 in like 2 weeks.
Happy birthday.
Sorry that you have to go through all this. We debated about if it was too early to have you come in and talk to us, but the more we talked about it, we thought we
If
would.
this helps it
Exactly.
figure everything out faster,
Yep.
I want to do it.
Yeah. The faster we talk to everybody, the faster we could
Get it all
try
out of the
to
way.
figure it
If
out.
we were in the same boat, we'd want to talk to the police too.
I
You
know
know,
most
just-
people don't want to, but you gotta.
Right.
Yeah. We're starting here and trying to get to here and narrow it down. Okay. From what I understand, and tell me if I'm correct, living in the home, okay, with your father, mother,
Yes.
Jeff, who's your fiance,
Yes.
and you guys are
There's like an
scheduled-
apartment-style basement. We've been
Okay.
staying there.
Okay, I was down there.
Yeah.
So,
It's kind of messy, sorry.
and you guys are scheduled to be married on Saturday.
Not now.
Not now, I understand. And Kyle, and then
And the baby.
the baby. Aurora?
Megan goes off to college, so she's like, sometimes.
From my understanding, sometimes she's
She's
in a
mostly in her
week period.
dorm, but
Yeah.
she comes home because she misses a baby in Kai.
Sure. Okay. Anna, I understand you work at Applebee's, and are you full-time?
Yes. I
Okay.
almost hit 40 hours most weeks.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
Since January.
Are you a server?
Yeah. It's like,
How is it there?
I love it, actually.
Good.
It's one of the first jobs I like.
Making decent money?
Yeah, especially with those dollar margaritas. I made $200 opening night.
That's it. Got to get the people to come in, so it works. It's good.
Trying not to overserve the drunks, though.
Well, dollar margaritas, that could happen. Easy. Yeah. And do you have your own car? Do you drive your own car?
It's in my dad's name, but it was for me. So it's the Chevy Blue 2004 Cavalier. I believe it's still parked up at work. Somebody told me this morning. They don't care.
Okay. Does anybody else drive it besides you?
I let my mom use it sometimes, but not really.
Okay.
Jeff once in a while.
Okay. And when's Aurora's birthday?
She was born July 3rd in 2016 at Southwest.
How's that going for you guys?
It's great.
Great. Easy going, baby?
Sometimes.
Sometimes she's sleeping?
Yeah, she sleeps through the night. Just gotta get her a bottle. She fusses and she's back out.
Okay. And how long have you and Jeff and, well, now Aurora, how long have
Jeff and
you
I have been
lived?
together since we were like 17.
How long have you lived with your parents?
I've never stopped living with them. Jeff moved in when I got pregnant. So like end of 2015, beginning of 2016.
Okay.
It was just easier because
Sure.
we had this rental house in Elyria, but it got broken into. It was a crappy neighborhood too, so we were just like, maybe not here.
Yeah. A little safer here.
I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, I think, I understand it. Was anybody living with Jeff when he lived in Elyria?
Oh, he didn't live in Elyria. It was just one of their rental houses. They own a bunch of them. But he lives in Strongsville, on Fair Road, or did, with his mom and his dad and his brother and sister.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you said you lived in a
No,
rental.
they own a bunch of rentals. We were going to live there. And
Okay, I
got broken
understand.
into while we were working on it. We're like,
Gotcha.
no.
Yeah. And who, when you say, who does he own rentals with?
His parents.
Both of them?
Yeah, they all own a couple.
And
Yeah.
does Jeff garner monthly income from those rentals?
What's Garner mean?
Well, does he get money each month? Does he make money on
I think he owns one or two of them himself now, so I believe
paid
so.
off? Do you mean, or just that he they're
I
gonna
don't
pay some
understand
rent?
finances, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Does he make any money from it each month?
Yes.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know how much he makes?
No.
Okay.
He skipped an important lesson in high school about math.
Okay. And I understand you and Jeff were supposed to be married this Saturday. And where was the wedding going to be?
Skyview Lodge in Brunswick.
Okay. How many people are going to come?
161 was the total count, including us.
Big wedding.
Yeah. We still gotta call them, just can't.
Expensive wedding?
We budgeted pretty good. It ended up being only $6,500. It was originally gonna be like
Total?
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
Because if you bring in your own stuff,
One second, I'm sorry. For the BCI collection, should I just still put your badge for collected by? Because there's no choice to put BCI.
It's just collected by, it's all just our badge numbers. So should I just leave it at that and write in the notation that it was collected by BCI?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Now, has that been paid in full already to
Yes.
Skyview? Okay. And
Recently.
did your parents or his parents help you out, or did you guys have to foot the bill?
He had the money in cash, but he couldn't give it to her because they had a water tank at one of their rental houses broke or something. I don't remember, and he had to use some money to fix it. So we asked my mom, and she went and paid the night before yesterday.
Okay. And how much did he have to borrow from your mom?
She paid the full amount, and he was going to give her the rest.
Okay.
That's why she was going to Applebee's to meet with his mom, because his mom is an accountant, handles a lot of his money. She was going to bring it, and it was really weird that my mom wasn't going to show up.
Right.
And that's when I knew something might be wrong. We're all calling her like crazy and
Gotcha.
stuff.
Do you know what time they were supposed to meet?
It wasn't really established. They were just going to call each other after work, see what was up. And I was like, they didn't even establish Applebee's. I was like, you guys should come up because I'll be serving. I can take care of you. And it was really just going to be planned when everybody was done, I guess. And then it was also talked about turning into a family thing. I don't know. I was working. Whoever comes up, I would have just taken care of.
Sure.
I'm sorry, you said you borrowed the full amount from whom? His mother? Or your mother?
My mother paid it with her card because he's having problems with the bank too. Like, his mom could finally get it the day of, but it was not in time. So they were just going to give it back to her as soon as she paid.
Okay, so she pays Skyview with a credit card? Okay.
Part debit and then part, like, I want to say checking. No, that's the same thing. I don't know. Cards are hard for me. It was like part credit, part debit. She paid one of them $3,000, the other one, the rest was in the check.
Check?
Yeah. She used her Expedia card.
Okay. And let's just start from the morning, yesterday morning. Start from when you wake up. What time do you wake up?
Whenever Aurora wakes me up and smacks me going, Mama, Mama. So about, usually like around 9:45 at the latest, between
Okay.
9 and...
Okay.
Glad she
She
sleeps
sleeps
in a little.
Yeah,
she
that's
likes
not bad at all.
No. But I also had a million alarms going off because I was trying to get up early enough to shower and straighten my hair before work. I ended up just showering and braiding it because I didn't have enough time. So I had to be there at 10:30. I always leave it 15 minutes before.
Did you leave on time? Did you leave at 10:15?
Yeah. And I was car side in the morning, like the to-go orders. In the evening I was serving.
Okay.
But I did take a lunch break. I stayed there and had an Oriental chicken salad. I don't remember what time that was at, but they put me right on the floor when I was done eating.
How long did they give you for lunch?
As long as I needed. I looked at the time, it was about under 30 minutes.
Okay.
So I remember going like, I need more hours. I should probably clock in right now.
You have to clock out for lunch?
Yeah, clock out, clock in. I just sat at one of the tables and ate.
Okay. I'm sorry, what time did you take lunch?
I have my time. They have it documented in my time cards in my book somewhere at the house. But I'd say like sometime after like 1:30. So I think I came back and it still wasn't 2 yet when I got back on the floor.
Okay.
Like for serving.
And then,
And I served forever, and my dad and Jeff showed up at like... Jeff showed up right before 7, my dad showed up like 10, 15 minutes later. Jeff was with the baby. She was asleep in her crib, car seat. That would be a little weird.
Dad came about 15 minutes after Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got them some drinks, appetizer, burgers. It's our Burger Monday deal.
Okay. And I understand at this point, were you trying to get a hold of your mom?
Yeah, I kept going in the back between tables and calling her because Jeff had originally texted me. I don't really remember when, but it was like maybe an hour before he got there, a half hour. He's going, I can't get a hold of your mom. Something about she's supposed to meet my mom. So I tried calling her, and it was just ringing and ringing, going to voicemail. After a few times, it was just going to voicemail. And every time I tried in between tables after that, I kept going straight to voicemail. And I remember talking to the cooks going, I can't find my mom. We can't find my mom. They showed up and they were saying they still couldn't get a hold of my mom. And I'm like, we can't find my mom. And I got a little worried. I didn't think something horrible happened because she runs into people she knows all the time. She's a teacher. Everybody's like, oh, Mrs. Pleskovic, where we go.
Yeah.
Was Jeff's mom there? Had she
No.
made it? She didn't show up?
My mom earlier in the day had apparently told Jeff that she couldn't meet her because she had to go to a doctor's appointment,
Okay.
which was weird. But she, so his mom wasn't coming. And then later, it's just weird that she wouldn't show up to collect money. So I don't know what went up with that. But I still expected her to, I was going to call her and be like, why aren't you coming?
When you were trying to get a hold of your mom, were you calling and texting or just calling her?
I just called her. I prefer to call, it's faster. And I called Jeff. I think he didn't answer the first time. Then I called my dad, and my dad said, we can't find Mom. I was like, he's like, I think I'm going to go up to the rec center and work out. And I was like, you should come up to Applebee's. Jeff says he's coming up. Because Jeff and I talked after that or something. He said he's coming up. And my dad's like, okay, yeah, I'll go up there when I'm done working out. And they did. But after they left, my Aunt Sandy called me, and she's like, we're working on your jewelry for the wedding. And I had mentioned, I was like, yeah, is my mom with you? And they said no. And I'm like, we can't find her. Just like, and they're like, that's odd. But then we kept talking about necklaces and my dress and my hair and my earrings. And then we hung up. And then later, Jeff messages me going, text me when you get cut. And I was like, I just called him instead because I had already been cut. And I was like, hey, I just have a little bit, I'm just waiting to do my checkout. Like, you know, where you give them your money, calculate tips for the host and everything. And then he's like, he gave the phone to my dad, and my dad told me my mom had been stabbed a bunch of times. And I started screaming and crying out back where the smokers go by the dumpsters. So it's right out our back door.
And what time were you cut from work?
When I finished, I didn't really end up clocking out because I was crying, and they said they'd clock out for me. But this was around like 8-ish. I'd say 8:30.
So you didn't clock out yourself, someone else did for you?
No, I was like, the manager was like, here's the money, here's my receipts, and she was going to just calculate it all for me. And I was like, do you need my card to clock me out? She's like, nope, I can do it from my computer. So they have all the documentation there and everything.
Okay. And who would you speak to that?
Sissy. Her real name's Margaret, but she goes by Sissy, our manager. Short, black lady.
What's Margaret's last name?
I'm not sure. She's not. I only know the GM's last name. And that one's Chrissy Nielsen. Chrissy wasn't there. It was just Sissy.
Okay.
Do you drink coffee or want some water or anything yet?
Oh, I'm okay right now.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me just backtrack just a second. Jeff, you said message you? IM you, or is he texting you? or-
Text.
Okay, to call you for a cut. And what time did that come in at, do you think it was?
I can look it up. My phone has been blowing up forever. Jeff, call when you are cut, 8:39. This is all the text from yesterday, if you want to see these. Because I wasn't responding because I was working, I just kind of looked and put it back in my pocket.
Toilet they use this a brand.
Yeah, he texted me a bunch of times in a row.
How do you break his thumb?
He got in a car accident the other day. That's why his face is all scratched up. It's the airbag or something went off. I don't know. It was yesterday during the day.
Do you mind if I take a screenshot of this?
Sure. Oh, here. It's you hold down that and the button.
That'll be different than mine, sorry.
Sometimes it's okay. That's okay. As long as it helps you find out what happened to my mom.
Can you go into your photos and then I'll just punch in my email address?
Yes, sir. Sorry, I need an upgrade.
Hey, what kind of phone is that?
It's an iPhone.
No, I know. What model is it?
I believe it's a 5S. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got 6 of them, and I'm not sure what to message or I never send things to emails.
Well, we're going to do it in a couple of different.
shift, or you're not working today?
They told me I can come back whenever I'm ready.
Good.
I called this morning to let them know I'm probably not going to be coming
No,
back.
you
most of
need
the
some
week.
time.
They gave me today off, but then I called and they all got on the phone one at a time saying, "We're sorry, come back when you're ready.
Nice.
All the servers have some desserts they made for you."
Okay.
Thank you.
And which coworker gave you a ride?
Her name's Nicole. I think her last name is Dignan. I've seen it on the schedule. She was doing Carside that night. They knew she was a host. And apparently she volunteered. I told my manager I was going to drive home, and she said, "I don't want you to. I don't want you to." And she tried to call Jeff off of my phone, I believe. And they didn't answer because he's talking to detectives already. And so she left a message with them and told Nicole to take me home.
What time are you scheduled to work until?
They don't really give us a timeout.
You know?
Yeah.
So just like
So it was
slow,
10:30 and technically 4, but they just let me go on the floor and I was done with lunch break. So they let me stay until the labor is too high or something. So I got cut first because I was there all day.
Okay. When you came into the house, did Jeff or your dad say to you?
I got stopped by a police officer as soon as I got out of Nicole's car. And he said, "I'm sorry for your loss." And I said, "Is she dead?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know." But I don't know, he was like hugging me and talking to me. And then he took me over to Jeff over at the police line to the truck where the baby was in her seat, in the front seat with him and Kyle. And I think I saw my dad too.
Was that a uniform guy?
Yeah,
That met you and took
like
you
the whole
with?
police uniform. But he told me she's dead. And I was like, then I walked over and asked Jeff if she's dead or she's dead. And he said, "We don't know." And I said, that guy said she was. But I don't know, just misinformation.
Sure.
Anna,
He was very respectful about it though.
where did you and Jeff and the baby stay last night? Were you guys all together, your father, and did everybody stay at the same house?
Yeah, we did.
Which house?
Jeff slept in the basement, like the house. And wait, last night?
Last night.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, we all stayed at my Uncle Scott's house. Jeff stayed at his mom's though. He stopped by my Uncle Scott's to make sure it was okay after he got done. The baby was with him. She had already been there.
So at your Uncle Scott's is your dad and then Megan?
Yeah, Dad, Megan, me, Kyle, a lot of relatives. My dad stayed up all night speculating, twitching. That's just what he does when he's stressed. He twitches. He's got like a tic. He's just talking about it all night, and I just wanted to go to sleep.
While you're at work, I saw the text messages. There was nothing there earlier, but did you talk to Jeff on the phone? And do you know what he was doing throughout the day?
I talked to him later, but I didn't know what he was doing all day. Because I didn't really ask. He told me he had to work. I don't know what he told me. Something about errands.
He had to run errands.
He always runs errands.
Okay, he didn't tell you what he had to do
No.
or when.
No.
When I spoke to him, he said he waited for Kyle to get off the bus. Does he
He
do
does
something
that.
normally?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I'm not home, I do that. And Kyle gets off right at 3.
Yeah. Does Kyle ever come out of the home by himself? or does he always have someone with him? And when he comes home from school, is he able to walk out the front door on his own? And does he have that freedom to do that? Will he stay around the house or the yard, or will he wander off?
He goes out and he'll wander, and if we notice, we'll be like, Kyle, come back, and he'll come inside. But we don't prefer to have him wandering everywhere.
Okay. So normally someone would be with him, but there are times he walks by himself.
He doesn't go far, though. Stays in the yard, just paces around, circle around the house.
Does he ever go into in the street, walk up the street?
I've seen him do it a couple times, but not really.
A couple of times. Okay. And does someone find him and call him back, or does he find his way back?
Oh, we just notice and we yell out, come home now. So, never
Okay.
for too long.
Okay. Your neighbors around your home, what kind of relationship do you and your family have with your most immediate neighbors?
Well, next door, Ronnie and Laura Laughlin. We're friendly with the mom. The son's kind of always been an ass since I moved in, though. Like, bully, childhood bully kind of thing. He's pretty quiet, but once in a while we'll talk and say hi, and he's okay. And then Mrs. Springer on the other side, her husband passed, but she's really, really nice. Her husband wasn't, but then next to them we have some new neighbors. They're not brand new, they're just new to me. They're African American, but I think they're like, I want to say Jamaican or something. They have a thick accent. The guy, I think he's a doctor.
Okay.
They've given me their phone once when I accidentally locked myself out and needed somebody to help me. Their kids are so nice. I like them a lot. And then on the other side of them, there's a family, I think, with 2 small children. They really just keep to themselves.
Okay.
Across the street, there's this weirdo kid. I went to school with him. He's just kind
What's
of
his
a dork.
name?
David.
What's his last name?
I don't know. He's kind of dorky. He's like a couple years younger than me, but just nerdy, harmless.
Okay. Now, we understand that there's been some disturbances at your house.
Yes.
And
Well,
Jeff.
everything really started when I was pregnant, and they were 14-year-old boys. I called the police on them. They're like all blonde. They were smoking weed and jumping on my trampoline. I said, "You got to get off." And they got mad and came back and jumped again. And the second time they took, one kid tied his shirt around his head and came back like screaming and jumped on the trampoline and ran away. And I called the police. There's a big swim meet going on. I was like, somebody's not watching their kids. And they have pot, and they're in my yard on my trampoline, and nothing. The kids ran away before they got there. But then after we had Aurora, and she was like a month old, I recognized them. They came and were kicking on our back basement door, ran away, all hiding at the playground, teenage prank stuff. But then it just got and then things started going missing. And I don't think kids would do that. Like, if I had $10 laying on the counter and I went upstairs for a second, I'd come back, it was gone, and I'd be home alone. And this happened a lot. I had wallets go missing. I had to cancel my credit card and order a new one a bunch of times. But it really started with my dad's money envelope that he left with a bunch of money on the counter. I never saw it, but they said it was missing. We tore the house apart looking for it. And his bag and his laptop out of his car, he thinks.
are these instances you're
Just
talking about?
over a while.
Are these times that you're telling us about, are they?
This is like everything that's gone wrong lately.
Yeah, I understand. Are when stuff is missing from the car or the home, is there any signs of a forced entry, anything broken?
That's the weird part, never.
Do you guys keep your cars and home locked?
Yeah.
But when this was happening,
My mom never locked hers. I've always
you
locked
locked your car?
mine. My sister never locks hers. My dad is it. You don't know.
Does Kyle like to take keys and
Yes.
take the keys away from you guys? Does he hide them?
He does not hide them. He'll just carry them around and jingle them, and we'll be like, give them back. But he never,
Okay.
he won't set them down if he has them.
So he takes them but doesn't hide them.
He'll run around just jingling them. He likes to do that.
Okay.
That's why we thought a few times when keys went missing, it might have just been Kyle, but a bunch of them were missing, and then, you know, all the alarms kept going off.
Yeah, and there's no way Kyle had the keys at those times?
No.
No.
We checked him as it was going off, like, first him.
Mm-hmm. And when the car alarms went off, and who was usually home? I mean, did it vary, or were you guys all home?
A few times when I was there, it was like me, my mom, Jeff, Kyle, and a lot of times it was all of us except Megan. And then a few times apparently when I wasn't at work, I don't know.
Okay.
Was it always the alarm, or did the car
The car started the other night.
There was a remote
I saw
start on
that.
the keys?
I guess, I don't know. But I saw it start like at 7 in the morning because Jeff and I were leaving. And this was like what, a couple days ago. And it just like started. And there was nobody in it. The doors were locked. But the other times it was always the alarm.
The car keys that are missing, do you guys, I'm assuming you have 2 sets of them?
I think so. I only keep track of my keys. But I think, yes. So they said there were 2 of their keys missing to the van. And then my keys had come up missing, but I found them later, so it was just me. But
And with all this in mind, did your dad or your mom or Jeff, what kind of precautions did they take? What changed at home?
they'd asked Jeff to take the fuse out, like the police officer showed them the first night, like so that the alarm would just stop going off. But we had the cameras set up a while ago.
Who put those up?
My mom ordered them, and she and Jeff put them up together.
Did she order them online?
Yeah, she orders everything online. There's like a
What
big
did
box
she
coming every
use?
day.
Amazon or
Yeah.
Okay.
Always Amazon.
Okay.
There's a box, like, or 2 or 3 coming every single day when I'm there, and I'm just like, what did you order now?
Mm-hmm. And Jeff installed them. When did those go in?
Months ago.
Months?
Yeah. One of them
Summertime?
got cut about a month and a half ago. No, after summertime.
Okay.
So we got tired of people kicking the door and being weird.
And did that stop things when the cameras are installed?
No.
No. Continue.
Sometimes they'd randomly be offline or just not working.
And how would you get the feed?
It would go directly to my mom's phone.
So you could watch it from your mom's phone?
Yeah, as soon as somebody would walk by a camera, she'd get a notification on her phone.
Mm-hmm.
One time there was a raccoon. It was kind of funny. But
Did she have any other? Does she have tablets or laptops? Anything that she
she
could
has a
also?
Chromebook, but I don't know if she downloads it through that because the Chromebook is from school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, might not be allowed to.
And she just uses her phone, really. She uses Kyle's iPad sometimes. I'm not sure what for.
Is her phone, her account's the only?
She gave us all the passwords to this thing, but none of us took it down because
You don't know what the password
I
is?
didn't really care to. I was like, they got it. We'll take care of it.
So you'd never use it. Have you ever seen Jeff pull it up on his phone? Did he download the app?
I don't think he has it.
No. What about your dad?
No, just my mom.
Okay, so the cameras, they don't change anything. It's still happening.
Well, because the one's only pointed at the basement door under the step. I think
Yeah, I
you guys
saw
saw
that.
it. The other one, there's not another one on the back to point the other way to the other steps.
Right.
The front, it's only like pointed towards a little bit. We needed like all around the house, but it was too expensive for all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
They were doing the best they could. And then we all noticed, we were just walking by, that one of the camera lines was cut, and we were all like, what the hell? And we all go over and look at it.
You said a month ago, huh?
Yeah, we were like, why?
I'm surprised that they didn't take the whole camera.
I'm very surprised too.
Because
We were
now
like,
it-
why?
Jeff said
Why
it was
not even
mounted,
just
it was
unplug
taped.
it? It was cut. Perfect cut.
Yeah, and I could see that, more destructive. But I was a little, when Jeff was telling me the same, I was a little surprised that they just didn't take the whole camera.
Yes.
Because it wasn't mounted.
Everything is like random. Nothing big is missing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, tools. Jeff had a bunch of tools go missing. I try not to think about it because it pisses me off too much when stuff goes missing.
So we had tools missing, we've had money missing.
Tools, my
Anything
dad's
else?
bags, my dad's wallets, my wallets, cash, keys. My dad had this funny wallet purse at one point. It was a clutch purse, but he thought it was a wallet. That went missing too.
And
And a lottery envelope with money. My dad, they did like a lottery pull at work or something.
Anna, did you guys, you could get into your front door, your garage door? Does it have a code on it? You get in
Yes.
here now? Okay.
It's a 3214.
Okay. And then you have a walkout basement, correct? And
There's like a
another-
lock up top and on the door for that.
Okay. And then you have the sliding glass door. Okay.
Crappy one.
Okay. Is that hard to open?
No, sometimes the lock doesn't work.
Sometimes the lock doesn't work.
That's why we had stuff jammed in it, and they had just ordered a new door and they were about to get it put in.
What do you guys jam in there?
At first it was a wiffle ball bat, but then since it's not long enough, we put my old Uncle Rich's cane there.
Okay. And did that seem to work?
Cane did.
Yeah.
It's like solid.
Would you guys even go in or out of it?
I pull the cane out, go out, and then if I was letting the dogs out,
Okay.
go back in. That's the only really reason I go out the back.
Do you always let them out the back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes the front, but the back's easier because they have like a leash lead.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay. Did you guys change the locks to the house
a couple times.
a couple times to all the doors or which doors?
Not the garage door. The front door we changed the top and the bottom together. But then my mom's keys went missing and we got concerned, so we just changed the top after that. So it was
Okay.
like two different.
Keys
Yeah.
for the deadbolt.
Yeah, the garage has always been the same.
And who had keys to the front door, to the deadbolt? and
The
to
new one was like just my mom. Maybe my dad, I don't know. But it was just my mom. The one before that, when we had changed them both together, everybody had one to that. And then before
And-
that, the original was everybody but Megan.
Was there a reason that only your mom and maybe your dad had keys to the front door?
They just didn't copy enough, I don't think. Because then the rest of us were just using the garage to leave. We just closed the big door because nobody knows the code. I just don't think. Because we don't tell anybody. We
Did-
changed the code a while back.
Would you just go in the garage, or did you guys ever go in through that walk-in, walk-out basement? Did you guys ever go that way? Or?
That was just to let Moose out at night.
Okay.
Or if we wanted to go to Get-Go to get food in the middle of the night and not wake up my mom, we'd just go out the back door.
Mm-hmm.
One of us would stay.
And if they only had the keys, was it just understood that you guys would leave that garage door, the inside one open, and just use the combination? Close,
Yes.
close. Okay.
I have a garage key. I found it after a while. Like it was one of my old sets in an old purse I found and been using it recently. But I gave it to Jeff and my dad yesterday when they were at the restaurant.
Did Jeff or your dad tell you that they had a hard time getting into the house yesterday?
Yes.
They did. And what did they tell you?
He said all the doors were locked and the garage door wasn't working.
Okay. And is that unusual that the garage door doesn't work?
Yes. Usually the panel always works, but it wasn't yesterday.
The code.
And water doesn't shorten it out. We've let the cover open a few times.
Mhm.
So maybe it was cut. I don't know.
Okay.
I was just speculating.
So all the doors in the house were locked, and the garage code wasn't working yesterday?
Yeah.
And
That's what I hear.
Yeah,
I mean, I wasn't there.
right. So did they say how they got in then?
Kyle let them in.
Okay, just kept knocking to a cop team.
Yeah.
if somebody came into the home that Kyle didn't know, how would he react?
He'd probably let them in. Kyle's, I don't know. Like I've introduced him to friends before, and he gets comfortable fast. He doesn't He's not afraid of strangers at all.
And does Kyle say any words?
Mama. Bruce, my dad's name, because all his buddies call him Bruce. I'm just and Megan is he always goes like this. He takes her phone and goes like, look what I got.
Yeah.
And he says baby. Like the baby.
Okay. I'm sure he does, but when Kyle gets upset, how do you know he's upset? What does he do when he's upset?
He goes, or he'll stomp his feet or cry.
Grunting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he rock back and forth when he's upset?
I don't think so.
And do you guys calm him down, or does he eventually calm down?
We either calm him down, or if he's just being cranky, I'm like, knock it off. And he's just like, meh, and goes upstairs like, teenage fits. It's a lot more like that age.
Okay. And how's Kyle with the baby?
He's great.
Great.
If he sees her going outside once in a while, like, and he knows she's not supposed to, he'll like scoop her up and bring her over to me. And I'm just like, oh, thank you, you got caught. But he likes her. He got jealous at first, but he got over it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Yeah. Did he ever show his jealousy? I mean, did he ever hit Aurora or no?
No, he's good
just
with her.
okay.
I mean, usually he'll just give somebody a dirty look if they're giving Aurora more attention.
Okay, yeah. Now, Kyle was home, it appears, yesterday evening.
Yes.
When you came home from work, did you notice Kyle acting differently than he normally does?
I came home and everybody was in the car. Kyle's just being goofy, dancing around like always. He always goes like this when he's dancing around. Or just walking even. He seemed completely normal to me.
He was grunting when I first got there, not at me.
He grunts a lot. He just makes noises.
He seemed upset.
Yeah.
But there was a lot going on. It could have been too much for him. But
Kyle's very random.
Okay.
Like grunt, he'll just make funny noises. He'll dance around like this while he's walking, or forward and back. I don't know.
And just assuming you're like the rest of us, the rest of our families, living under one roof, I'm sure you guys butt heads. Was there anything in the home unusual other than the normal living together and butting heads every once in a while?
I think so.
Did everybody get along?
My dad and Jeff were yelling at each other the other night, but my dad got really drunk, and once in a while he does. Sorry,
you're fine. No, you're fine.
Once in a while he does this, and he doesn't remember anything, and he'll go off on somebody like through text or phone, and he went off on Jeff, and they're like fighting all night. They got over it. So. Turn this off. So this reporter keeps on bothering me. I blocked
you block it?
I did, but this is another one. New York.
Yeah,
Keep saying, hey, I'm trying to get in touch with you. The first time, everybody told me don't respond at all, but that was before, and I was just like, what did I say? Answered the phone and said, I'm trying to remember. It wasn't piss off, it was nicer than that. It was get lost. I just yelled at and hung up, and now he won't stop texting.
Yeah, you're going to be better off not.
I just keep blocking all their numbers.
Yeah, block, and they're going to keep calling. I get called all the time from, some. Yeah, and then just with just while we're on the subject with the social media, I would stay away from it other than your real friends, because you're going to see a lot of
looking at what I'm tagged in to make sure it's not distasteful.
Yeah, and and unfortunately you may see that, and we see it with our occupation because you get a lot of people sitting behind a computer. They don't have any friends, so this is what they do, and stick their nose in our people's business and really try to drum up controversy.
It's going to be a
we will periodically give a press release when that's done through our chief and deputy chief. And
I know you guys will get in respect.
it'll
And I know it
always
wasn't
be
you
very
guys that
brief.
released the 911 call.
It was
either.
not.
I know.
Yeah.
It was an outside business.
When you call 911 from a cell phone, it goes through
Yeah, my
a
friend
large agency
Crystal
called
that got
CCOM.
shot the other year by Jeff Grainer. I don't know if you know about that.
Is it in Rosen?
Yes. They released her 911 call and I listened to it.
Yeah. So we didn't have any control over it. We apologize because that's not
I
the
know.
way we
I know.
operate. We are obligated to, talk to the media, and we just give them the bare minimum. So,
Yeah, they twist things and say, oh, thank you.
Do you have number 11 from the PCI packages?
yeah, it's on my desk.
Is the bag on there too?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So getting back to that, just really try to limit and stick to the people that are going to support you and be positive. And there's a lot of people in this world that need some help.
I have a
and they're
million
gonna-
unknown numbers going, hey, I'm sorry for your loss. They're just like not responding.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like, I don't know you. If we were friends, you'd probably be saved in my phone.
Anna, we need to look at everybody and what are your feelings? Do you have any feelings or any idea maybe who could do something like this?
Maybe the guy. Creepy.
Okay, and how so?
He's like, he stinks, he's drunk, he's in everybody's face. Everybody's been talking about how he's doing coke lately. He shows up to parties and screams at people, freaks out, leaves, threatens people.
And what kind of threats?
I'm not really sure. My dad was saying them all. But he'll insult people, call them the N-word. If you don't buy him a beer, he calls you Jewish. It's just rude.
Have you seen him be violent? Has he
I
done
haven't
anything
seen it. I've heard everything.
physical?
No.
Okay. And outside of Mark? Okay.
I don't know anyone that would do this to my mom.
What has Jeff and what has your dad said? What has Jeff said to you?
Since she died,
Yeah.
he's just saying it's gonna be okay and holding me because, so if I break down, I've attempted suicide before, and he just wants to make sure it doesn't go to that.
Okay.
I wasn't on the right meds. It was a bad time. I was 15. Just holding it together.
And have you had what about your dad? Has he talked about share anything
He
else with you?
babbles when he's stressed out. He's talking all night, twitching, and occasionally crying. It's just sad. You can tell he's just devastated and barely showing it, but I know it's there.
And did your mom and your dad, did they have a good marriage?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were best friends.
Uh-huh.
I mean, they fought like regular people, but
Yeah.
they did everything together. They were very social, very fun. They always had fun.
And leading up to last night, looking back on anything seem odd or funny or anybody acting differently?
Everybody's extra stressed about the wedding, and
Yes, it happens, yeah.
and then my dad, his tires had some nails pushed in it or something. They think that he's known to destroy property. So I don't know. They call him Spaz. He's Spaz.
Yeah, your dad told me that. Let's see here. You got anything, Greg?
Just a few little follow-up things. What kind of car does Jeff drive?
He switches. He has a couple cars.
Okay.
But usually it's his LeSabre, the silver one.
Okay.
Let's see. He uses his dad's pickup truck. And occasionally they have an Envoy. Very nice car.
Okay. So he uses the LeSabre mostly?
Yes. I hate driving. It's like a boat.
Yeah.
And when would he switch over to the truck? What
Whenever
dictates what
his
he
dad
drives?
are like working on the rentals and he needs to carry around like lawnmowers and stuff, he gets the truck. And it's got all his tools in it. And then once in a while it comes back with the LeSabre. But it's been the LeSabre most of the time since then.
Are the rentals Jeff's main job? Is that what he's doing
Yeah, he
mostly
just
for
got
income
laid
right now?
off a little while ago.
From?
Berea City Schools. He does HVAC work.
Okay.
He got certified at Polaris. It's where, well, we already met, but that's where we started hanging out more because I was there for criminal justice.
You said it was an envoy?
Yes.
Did you? Oh, go ahead.
I'm checking.
When Jeff mentioned that one of the rentals had a bad water problem, which kind of cut into your marriage fund.
Yeah, it was just out the pocket a little bit.
Did he say which rental it was, where it was, or anything?
They have so many.
Really?
Yeah.
It was a hot water tank.
They got a hot water heater, water tank. That
Gotcha.
sounds more right, but yeah.
What's Jeff's dad's name that he does?
Jeffrey Scullin, Sr.
Okay. And where do they live?
They live on Fair Road.
They live on Fair.
I'm not sure the number. It's a joined house with a rusty mailbox.
Gotcha.
So it's a side-by-side duplex, right?
Yes. The guy next to them, his name is Kenny or something.
Okay. When they came home, from what I gathered from our reports, your dad and Jeff arrived home together. Did they leave Applebee's together, or
Yeah,
were
they
they
left
driving
at the same
separate?
time in separate cars, and my dad got there right before Jeff did.
Okay. Just so I remember, they were at the restaurant and they got a call about your mom?
No.
No, they just came home and
They just came
mom.
home, yeah.
Gotcha.
I got a call later.
I understand. Okay, so they left in separate cars but arrived right at the same time.
Jeff had the baby, and my dad was by himself.
Okay.
Did throughout the day, Anna, did Jeff or your dad tell you, did you have any car problems, trouble getting to your work?
Jeff told me on the phone that his car had not broken down, but ran out of gas or something over by his Aunt Jeannie's. But
You said it ran out of gas over by her house?
yeah, but he got it fixed right away.
Okay. And what about your dad?
My dad had his tire had blown on the highway, he said,
Okay.
which wasn't surprising. He put in the spare by himself, and he thinks he's a mechanic, but most men do.
Yeah.
He's accountant, right? Yeah.
He's been an accountant for a long time. He doesn't like his job, though. They're all getting laid off very soon. That branch is closing.
Yeah.
And how's that for your dad? Is it stressful?
He's very stressed, but
He's been there for a long time, I see. Yeah.
he says he understands it happens to companies. He's got job interviews lined up and stuff, though, and friends that work at other banks that are helping him out getting a new job.
Sure.
And Jeff's been having interviews for welding jobs. He wants to do that instead.
When your dad and Jeff had a little spat, I guess,
Yeah.
the other day,
It was all through text.
it was all through text. They weren't together when they.
No, my dad was out drinking,
Okay.
and Jeff was at home with me. Jeff stayed in the basement when he got home. They slept it off. They didn't run into each other the next day because they were busy.
Gotcha. So it was sort of a texting argument.
It all worked out. My dad apologized the next morning in a big text.
Okay. Do you know what your dad's issue was, even though he was drinking? Do you know what the issue was he had with Jeff?
Saying that his family is antisocial, which they are. They're just antisocial. And he's tired of Jeff's attitude, which he kind of has. And he needs to respect elders more. It was also insulting. Like, my tools are better than yours. That got to that point. And, basically, like...
Yeah. Was that a one-time thing, or
They've never fought. They always get along.
Okay.
And they're good again.
Yeah.
But they...
mix alcohol and maybe there's some problems?
Once in a while, if my dad's really stressed and he's drinking, like usually he's social with it and he's good. But if he has way too much and he's super stressed, he will go off the deep end.
Okay.
And this like happens once every few years.
Does what about Jeff? Does he ever
He doesn't
Get-
drink.
no?
Not much.
Does he have a temper?
He gets cranky, but that's about it.
Right.
It's like his face,
Yeah.
but he's okay.
Has he ever, you and him, issues ever?
We would fight, but we don't, nothing physical.
Nothing ever physical?
No, never.
Right. I would have probably.
We're good. We
not
always
been good.
make up. We're good. We've been great forever.
Gotcha. Was there anything in the house you would consider weapons?
I mean, I don't know. I heard he had some guns down there. Like he had just gotten them from his dad. And there's no ammo.
Okay.
But that's all.
But he didn't
pepper
ever.
spray.
He didn't show you any guns or talk about them or anything. What do you mean? You heard that he had? Some?
Everybody was talking about it yesterday at the house.
Really? Like family members?
No. He was talking to the police about it.
Okay.
Because he said his dad had given them to him or something for just that day.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they both go shooting a lot together.
That's what I was going to say. Was Jeff kind of a sportsman at all, or is he a gun
They
enthusiast?
shoot a lot, yeah. Jeff used to play a lot of hockey and baseball, too. But I don't think that.
They ever talk about shooting with you or take you out or anything?
He wants to take me shooting. I'm just nervous.
Are you?
I shot a BB gun and I was bad. Because I was trying to shoot a can at a party and it was just awful.
So, as part of players, you hadn't gotten to any shooting yet?
I was sick the day that everybody was going shooting.
Aw, bummer.
I got to do the pepper spray test.
Oh boy.
But I did get fastest for loading and unloading a gun. They're rubber bullets with real guns, but
Yeah.
Nice.
I was pretty proud of that.
Did you ever see any of the guns that he brought in from his dad? No. Did he tell you where he put them? Like, just because you have Kyle in the house and Rory's a little too small, but no.
And you said he had guns, but what about ammunition? Do you think no ammunition?
He always said he never would have ammo if he ever had a gun in
Sure.
the house. Because he wanted to get one for when we move out and keep it in a safe just in case when we move out. And he's like, only use it if there's somebody in the house trying to hurt you.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else in the house that you would consider, unusual or outside of normal household things? Okay.
I mean, like pepper spray, a couple pocket knives here and there, but they're just little.
Was Jeff into knives at all? A lot of guys are into guns.
These are pocket knives.
Just pocket knives.
Yeah.
Okay. What about Dad? Does
No.
Dad shoot at all?
He wants to. He and Jeff always want to go shooting together, but they haven't yet.
Okay. Do you think has Dad ever shot a gun or handled a gun at all?
He and his buddies once went shooting together a while back.
One
I
time.
think it was like a private property kind of thing. My dad liked it. I don't know. This was like a year ago or something.
But would you be certain Dad doesn't own any guns?
I am certain of that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Jeff's whole family, they all have like gun safes, like just all of them. They have like guns in their names, like antique ones and stuff. They like them.
There's
His grandpa's.
Lots and lots of people carry concealed weapons for protection now. You can get CCW
I know for
license.
sure he doesn't carry one around. He's always in shorts and a t-shirt.
Okay.
It'd be impossible to hide it.
Gotcha. You mentioned that you left work at 8-ish is about when you got cut. You thought?
Yeah, like 8:30.
8:30.
I told Jeff said text me when you're cut at 8:39. I was just waiting on the manager to swipe my checkout thing with their card so I could calculate all the tips and get out. Because I'd already done my cyber and cleaned my section.
So you think it was about 8:30?
Yeah.
And
then I just called
the nice girl that drove you home. Did you go straight from the restaurant straight home?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to direct her though. She didn't know where Howell Road was. Which is kind of weird, but
So
she's like 16, 17 years old.
10, maybe 5-minute trip, 10-minute trip.
Always like 5 to 7.
Yeah. Okay. And your baby just stayed at Jeff's mom's house because she was there.
All the police, like when I got to the house, the police were everywhere. The tape was everywhere. The baby was outside with them, and he called. The police let him call his mom to come get the baby.
Okay.
So I didn't want her.
Because they had the baby at Applebee's, and then.
Yeah.
Right. Gotcha.
I brought her in the back and showed her to all of my coworkers before they left.
You mentioned that Dad was kind of up all night speculating.
Last night
is the word.
half crying, half just repeating the same thing.
Yeah.
He's stuck.
Where would you say his mind's going as far as the speculating? What's
He's
he
in
thinking?
shock.
Right. But what's he thinking as far as who would have
He
done
keeps
this?
saying maybe that it's not anything
What-
concrete.
What's be fun, huh?
And assumed that he would be able to. My dad's like, no, because he's loud, he's drunk, he stinks, he's bad.
You know.
I heard he takes care of like an old person for free, and even that guy's fed up with him.
Okay.
I'm not sure where though, but he'd always come over and be like, "Where's that baby?" Sorry, He'd be like, "Where's that baby? I want that baby. I love that baby." It creeped me out a little bit.
Yeah. So when things turned up missing at home, you said one time that even you were home alone.
Home alone.
Like, home alone, and
cash
things
would
would
go missing.
disappear off the counter.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I don't understand.
Now,
I'd
what
freak
would
out,
you-
cry.
How would you explain that? When you say home alone, you mean you totally alone, or
Alone.
was
Totally alone.
not you and Jeff?
Nobody,
or
no baby,
you?
no nothing. Just me. 'Cause
Doors
you know-
locked?
Yeah, I keep the doors locked. I'm very
Right.
weird about that.
Sure. Now, would that be after there were keys missing? I mean, was your
This was
explanation
before the keys.
before the keys were missing?
This is kind of gross. I started keeping my money in my shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way it doesn't go missing.
Sure.
I know it's
Good.
not sanitary, but it's the only way
Money's
I
not
don't lose my
sanitary.
money.
Yeah. Okay. So where's your mind go with that? I mean, how does stuff disappear from inside of a locked house while you're home alone?
I
What do you
speculated
think?
so much. I cried and freaked out. I don't know. And then I just kind of block it out.
Yeah.
Or else I'm just going to lose my mind thinking about it.
Tell me who has keys to your house?
My family.
Meaning,
My mom, my dad, me, Jeff, Megan.
okay. Okay.
But not right now.
Well,
Just
not everybody right now is
Maybe your
here
dad.
with all the keys.
Did was anyone else ever home alone when things turned up missing? Do you recall any instances of it happening with anyone else?
Most of us were
Anyone?
usually home for all of these. Maybe one person missing, like my mom or Jeff or my dad. But everybody else would be at home when something would go missing.
Something would go missing with everyone home,
Yeah.
or a few times with just you home.
Yeah, sometimes just me and my dad and Jeff. Me, my mom, and my dad. Like, it's random.
Is it reasonable that somebody could come into the house unseen and take something and get out?
I guess.
Okay.
There's gotta be some way in. My parents also have a window that goes right onto the roof. And there's like an archway. Really have to climb, but it's accessible
Gotcha.
to a point. I've tried to climb up there, but I get scared of heights.
Were you ever? I think you said you were. Were you ever witness to one of these times when the car started by itself or the alarms went off?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else with you at that moment?
One time just me and Jeff when it started.
Okay.
But when the alarms went off like crazy the one night, it was me, Jeff, my mom, and Kyle. And
Right.
we were all in the front room, and the car alarm would go off. We'd all run out, look around, see nothing. We'd get it to stop by unlocking it with like the manual key.
Mm-hmm.
We come back inside. As soon as we got back in the house again, and this happened like 8 times, and then a police officer came when we called, and it happened in front of him too.
Did anybody ever take the car into a mechanic?
My mom has this mechanic friend named Alan. I'm not sure his last name is. He's really reliable. Whenever we have car problems, she goes to him. Yeah.
Okay. So, when you would work Applebee's, who would keep the baby?
Jeff.
Usually be at home with Jeff.
Yeah. Or he'd just go out and work on the rentals and keep the baby like with his mom.
Oh, okay. How often does your dad drink? You just mentioned it occasionally, but
He's social, right? And he's never like too drunk. But once in like a few years, if something's really bothering him, he might have too many.
Like you getting ready
he
to lose
doesn't
your
do
job.
shots. He'll have like a couple of beers with his friends most of the time.
Okay. After the wedding, were you guys gonna just keep living at the house, or do you have plans?
We are waiting on we actually bought a house at Crown Point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Seriously, awesome.
It's a foreclosure, so it's taking a while to get the keys.
Good for you.
So.
Did you, do you know who you financed that through?
Jeff. I don't know.
Jeff to the financing? And do you know the address on Crown Point?
It's right at the end of the street, and it's like where Hunt meets Crown Point. It's a fenced-in backyard. I like the house a lot. It's,
How long did Jeff work for Berea, for the schools?
3 years, 4 years.
Okay. Did they say what the layoffs were about?
They've been laying people off like left and right like crazy. It's only a matter of time. Like his buddy even got laid off before he did.
Yeah.
Did Jeff say where he got the money to pay for the house?
He made it with work and the rentals, and plus his parents kind of come from money.
Parents help him out, maybe?
Yeah.
You like his folks? Do you get along with them?
Yeah.
No,
His
pretty
mom's
well.
friendly. They're always busy though, so I don't see him a lot.
Yeah.
His dad's a big guy. He's a little off-putting, but he's nice.
Yeah, I get you.
Teddy bear.
You said that they're antisocial. Do they come to family events?
If my parents try to meet up with them, like they're usually busy and they won't. And then my parents are like, "Oh, they're antisocial. They hate us." It's like, well, no, they just don't have free time ever. And plus, they're divorced now, and they don't like to be together. They got divorced a little while ago.
So mom lives on Fair. Where's Dad live now?
I'm
Then
not sure where that house is, but he stops
around
in a
town
lot.
somewhere.
Yeah. If you, I know it's like a good house. The baby stays there with them and stuff, but I'm not really sure.
In your opinion, is
Been to the new one yet. From all the stories, yes. And if
Have you
he's
been
doing
around him much?
cocaine, definitely.
you seen him get violent with anyone else? Like, is he the type of guy that gets in fights and things?
No, he's just crazy, like, when he's not violent, and I can only imagine.
Any reason he'd have anything out for your mom, though?
She blocked him off, like, Facebook and her phone, and keeps trying to talk to her, and she keeps telling him to go away.
What's he come around for? Just because he...
Food, money.
When's
They
the
don't
last
give him
time
money.
when's the last time you saw him, or you know of him being around?
Like a month and a half, 2 months ago. He came over, and my dad was working on the deck, and he saw that we had food out, and he started eating it. Whatever. But, I don't know, then my dad's like, why don't you give me a hand out here? And he's like, no, that looks like hard work. And I'm just like, God.
So he's kind of a piece of work, huh?
Have you
Do
seen
you know
Shameless?
his name? How to spell it?
I do, yeah.
Like, have you seen Shameless, the show?
No.
Oh, he's William H. Macy's character,
Oh, yeah.
Frank.
Oh, okay. I know William H. Macy.
Die hard, drunk.
Yeah. How was your mom physically? Like, was she fit, strong person at all?
No.
Okay.
She liked to believe that she's super strong, but
Yeah.
I don't like saying this since she's gone, but she's a little overweight.
It's okay.
And she had bad knees, always had knee surgeries. Short.
Going back a little bit, you said that Jeff was in a car accident. Did you say that the airbag went off?
Mm-hmm.
It did? And when
This
did
was in
that happen?
downtown Cleveland,
It happened in downtown? When did that happen?
like 2 days ago. It was after Brown's game.
So
The guy
it happened on
T-boned him,
Sunday.
and he was...
I don't see his car having a lot of damage. Does it have a lot of damage?
What? He said it does. It's like in the shop or something, I'm not sure.
Which car is it?
It's the Envoy.
The Envoy is in the shop. Do you know what shop? Is it a friend, a family friend?
I don't know. No, not my mom's, but I don't know.
And this happened on Sunday at what time?
I want to say like 5-ish.
Did he call you after the accident?
Yeah.
Or did he text you?
Texted me, but I was also calling him like crazy. So,
And do you have that text from the accident?
yeah, I think so.
And that's where you got the marks on his face?
Yeah. Just a lot of stuff to go through. It's just after that.
Every tag on it is 2,000 Pontiac four-door, different 709911.
Okay, it started right here. 5:43. I need you to call me right now, and it goes down. And I called him in between the gaps in the text. Just like freaking out.
Not bad.
The guy stopped and called 911.
Who did he go to the Browns game with?
He didn't go. This was after the Browns game, so it was like a guy from the game. But he was downtown to pick up his mom.
Oh, okay.
But he doesn't say anything about getting in a car accident.
He did on the phone when we talked. But he mentioned a broken thumb in the text. He came home with like tape around his thumb and one of those black arm splints, and he was supposed to go to the doctor's the following morning to get it set or something.
Gotcha.
His face, he came home, it was all like scratched.
What was that from? What did he say?
I'm assuming the airbags, and also some of the glass was sharded. I was like, maybe it got you in the face, but it was odd.
Can you go into your call log and just, he calls you right then?
Call log's a little crazy right now. But,
He say he was alright? I mean,
he said he was fine. He was pissed off because it hurt, but... Let's see, Sunday... No, it's like 8 p.m. Was that Sunday?
That was Sunday. The text that you showed me was at 5:43.
Okay, well, these calls aren't showing. Wait, 14, there we go. Here's a whole bunch. I'm not a crazy stalker, I swear. 14 calls.
Anna, you said you went to Applebee's, you started work about 10:30 yesterday. Did you leave work
Not at all,
anytime
anytime
before?
during the day. Even on my lunch break,
Right.
I ordered food and
Gotcha.
sat at the table.
Gotcha. Sister gonna give you a ride over to get your car back, pick up your car?
Can I take a screenshot of this, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's just
This is
not
just
seeing
kinda where we are.
him text or calling you. You're calling him, but he didn't call you or say.
I mean, I called him because he texted me and he talked to me, but I kept calling him because he's like, I gotta go, I gotta deal with this.
Did he say if the person that hit him stopped?
They did.
So is their insurance taking care of him?
I believe so.
Did you mention if cops came or anything? Were the
Yes.
police there?
I think the police then came.
Okay.
It happened. Did you say where in Cleveland?
Just downtown.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay, let's walk you out, and we're gonna get Megan back here and talk to her real quick and get you guys back
I'm
home.
just warning you, she will cry a lot.
Are you gonna be staying? Are you gonna be going back to your house, or what's your?
I don't think we're sleeping there.
No.
I'm either gonna be at my Uncle Scott's or Jeff's parents with him.
Okay.
Something. I'll let you know if you need to.
What's Scott's last name?
Goethe, Goette.
Did he come in earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we.
His family, not legally, but adopted my mom. She was too old to be adopted.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I've always called him uncle. So,
Okay. Well, let's walk you out, and
then I have 1,000 texts just from the last 10 minutes.
oh, I'm sure.
Anything on
Yeah,
that?
here's my card. So
you.
that's my direct extension on there. So you don't have to go through our records department to get to me.
Sounds good.
And please feel free to call.
Thank you, sir.
Wrong way.
So turn around.
Take care, Anna.
How are you holding up, Megan?
I'm doing all right.
Well, we appreciate you coming in. Like I said, and we're going to make this as quick as possible. Like I already explained, we're going to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
No particular order, just, we're trying to expedite things so you guys can be a family and not be here. So, Megan, do you spell your name M-E-G-A-N?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your middle name?
Jane?
And I'm assuming same last name as everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's your date of birth?
6/23/94.
And what is And I understand you're getting your master's at Hiram?
Yeah.
In what?
It's in interdisciplinary studies, but I coach there, so I'm hoping I can use my master's degree
Coaching
to
softball?
keep coaching, but teach a few classes too.
Yeah, good. Did you play softball there?
I played softball at Defiance College,
That's
Northwest
where
Ohio.
you was. Okay. Did you play soccer at Defiance too?
I played 1 year at Defiance.
Okay. And how'd you get to know Dana and all those, Marissa and
Through my mom.
your mom?
Yeah, I kind of had been subbing in that Friday night league since I was like 16, so.
Right. You're a veteran by now.
Yeah.
It's some good soccer, some bad soccer, so it's
Yeah.
fun just to go out there and run around a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I never turn it down when they, well, I shouldn't say that, but when they call me, I'll go out there whenever I can, just to run around a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And how often are you at school? From my understanding is you kind of go back and forth from home to
I live on campus. Like, I've got a dorm that I stay in on campus. They provide us with housing, so I come home like every other week for like a day or two here or there.
Okay. Okay. And we understand that Kyle, your mom, your dad, and Jeff And your sister Anna lived there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And is there anything, I mean, when you come home, I know you're not there that often, is there anything that you felt was different in the home? I know there's a lot of things going on at the home with the car alarms going off and the car starting, and so besides that, was there anything else going on that we should know that you could think of? Anything outside, like problems with the neighbors that you could think of, or they told you, or?
Not that I really know of. None of the stuff ever. The only time anything happened was like 4 nights ago when the car alarm went off at like 4:30 in the morning. Or no, that was like.
Were you home?
That was Monday morning. Yeah, I had stayed Sunday night to Monday morning and then got up. My dad had a flat tire, so I took the minivan to drop him off at his car, and then I drove back to Hiram. And my mom had taken my car. So.
And who turned the alarm off on the car?
Either my mom or my dad. I was asleep on the couch, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
When they kind of like woke up, and then when they woke up, I kind of like faintly heard it. But one of them just ran outside and shut it off.
Okay. And do you remember anybody else waking up? I mean, I know you were asleep, but did they say the next morning,
No.
No.
Not that I know of. No.
Okay. There was a wedding this weekend. How was that going? The planning, everything going fine? Did they tell you? Or?
It was hectic. Last minute, they had some issues with the reservation of the space. Jeff had said that he was trying to pay in cash or use his card, but that they rent out houses, and something broke in one of the houses, so he had to pay to fix that instead of put the money down. So my parents ended up helping out, and then his mom was going to pay back my mom. So.
Yesterday, were you at school all day?
I got to school around 9:15.
Did you leave from home?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then as soon as I dropped my dad off, I just jumped right on 480 and went to Hiram. And then I actually just started working campus safety hours, so I was, working.
Okay. And then you take, you have 2 different cars that you take? Do you normally take the van?
I usually take my red car, but my red car always has some issues to it. It's a little beat up, so my mom said that since she was closer distance, she would take that, and then if I had taken the minivan, whoever was setting it off wouldn't be able to set it off if I was all the way in Hiram, so I took the minivan with me.
Didn't go off in Hiram, did it?
It sure didn't.
Right. Okay. Were you home at other times that anything happened besides what you just told us with the alarm?
No, I haven't been home for any other ones. A lot of them happen. I usually go home on a Sunday, Saturday to Sunday. Maybe the occasional weeknight, but then I wouldn't stay over. But most of the stuff seemed to happen either during the day or in the middle of the night, and I was usually there in the evenings. So.
Okay. Now you guys have lived there for a long time.
Yeah.
And then these things kind of came out of nowhere. They started happening, huh? Yeah. Did your mom or did your dad or anybody in the home have a gut feeling of who's doing this, or?
They had thrown out suspicions. My dad would kind of go through people with my mom, just try to think maybe with the car alarms, there's a group of really young kids that kind of have free reign in the neighborhood. So, and my dad had said that he dropped the keys or something, or lost the keys, so he thought somebody had picked them up, so he was wondering if maybe one of the little kids had it and was just messing around with it and stuff. But when they started saying that people would be down at the basement doors and everything, and then when the security thing got cut, it got really I don't know, they were kind of
felt like it was a little more serious.
Yeah.
And who installed the security?
I have no idea. I wasn't there when they did it.
Yeah.
I know they had them in the front and the back, but the one in the front had been cut, and I thought they still had one down in the back.
Did the app? Did you have the app on your phone or somebody? No. Who did?
My mom, she used to send me screenshots when raccoons would run across it. So
So it worked.
yeah,
Yeah. And nobody else had the app? Were able to?
I don't think so.
No.
My dad's not always the most tech savvy, so.
Does she have a password for it that you know of? Does she have a favorite password for anything?
Yeah, she has a few that she uses.
Can I ask what they are?
Yeah.
You remember sometimes, you know.
Yeah, especially when there's like 3 people trying to access stuff, because we'd use it for like our Netflix passwords and stuff like that. So.
Right. Yeah, after a while, you start to forget them all, and I have to put them on my phone, so I'm going to forget them. So, you know, we just met your family, so we don't really know who's capable of what. Do you know, if I could ask, is Jeff the type of person that would be upset or be physical or violent in any way? Have you ever seen him?
I've never seen him get like that. And like just based off like people that I know from high school too, nobody's ever really seen him get like that.
Mm-hmm.
Usually if he gets, I mean, when you have that many people living in a house, arguments happen and stuff, but he would just go downstairs and
normal, yeah.
shut it out. There was never really, well, nothing ever really got physical. Like actually it never did, so
Yeah.
it was always, you know, nothing. There weren't really too many arguments either. It was always just, hey, can you do more around the house kind of a thing.
Yeah, we've heard that a little bit, yeah.
Mhm.
So a little help helps.
Yeah, I don't think that he would ever
Mm-hmm.
get violent by any means.
What about any other family members or friends of your parents, friends of Jeff's? I mean, is there anybody that you could think of that just comes to mind where, you know, as we're trying to piece together, I'm sure you guys are too, and just looking back on, is there anybody that...
Well, we had me and say like, hey, make sure that you get like, take him completely off of like, or make sure he doesn't have you on social media and stuff like that. Like there was like a falling out, and he's kind of burned a lot of bridges with a lot of people and lost his temper quite a few times. Then I don't know, like I know Jeff and his dad used to not get along very well. But I thought that was pretty mended once the baby came into the picture. So
Yeah, how are his parents? Did his parents, your parents get along?
They're very like private people, so like his mom would come over to like hang out and watch see the baby and stuff, but it was usually just for like short periods of time. But I've met his mom once, and I've never met like the rest of his family, but I'm also not there all the time.
Right.
But I don't know, they seem very like they like to keep their information private. Like we never had, even with all the wedding planning and stuff, like we never had his mom's cell phone number, we never had his sister's cell phone number, and she was a bridesmaid and stuff. And those are things where like we would ask Jeff, and he'd kind of be just a little bit not standoffish, but just kind of be like, they don't like that information getting out. And I was like, I mean, okay, whatever, but it makes it a little bit hard to do wedding planning.
Yeah.
You spend even your summers up at college? Have you been?
I spend a little bit more time at home during the summer, but I travel a lot. I go to California or like Washington and Atlanta. Like I usually have like 10 to 12 recruiting trips a year.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I get to see a lot of ball fields around the country.
Right.
Yeah, I mean summers I would be home for like 2 or 3 days at a time, but I also had classes still throughout the summer. So, and being a graduate assistant, that's all like students my age or GAs my age, so we would all hang out and stuff like that back on campus. So
Yeah. Anybody else that you could think of?
Some guy in a red truck, but I've never seen it. Like I've never seen him like home or anything. He lives like catty corner, I think my dad said. I I mean, there's people that, like, I know my sister has had some spats with people, and at first when things went missing, we kind of thought that maybe it was just somebody, she didn't always hang out with the greatest crowd in high school, so we thought maybe at first it was just somebody that had, because after she had the baby and stuff, she did like a complete 180, so we thought maybe it was somebody that had been in one of her old groups or something like that. But then once it started getting more serious, like, you don't really think that anybody would start going in your house and taking things.
When you were home, I know it wasn't very often, did you ever have anything happen to your car or your belongings? Any money, jewelry?
Nothing from my car, but there's really nothing useful in my car. Actually, my grandma had got me a birthday gift, and I went on a recruiting trip, and when I came back, Anna and Jeff were like, oh no, it's on the ledge, and then it wasn't on the ledge when I got back, and there was money, like, in it somewhere.
How much money was in there?
Like $20-30, I think. Like, nothing crazy, but yeah. And we still haven't, we're never able to find it.
What ledge was it on?
When you first walk in the front door, on the left-hand side, right next to the organ.
I know Kyle has Down syndrome, and he's not verbal. Does he say any words? Is he capable of saying anything?
He can say like Mama and Bruce and stuff. He says Brucey for my dad's name. A lot of times it's just like sounds that kind of like represent people. Like and he always shakes his hand because he always used to steal my phone. So that was kind of like that thing. He can say yes or no, but it's usually very persuaded.
Okay.
So like if we would say, do you want this? He would just say yes to everything. So never really.
And when Kyle gets upset, did you know when he's upset?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And what does he do when he gets upset?
He'll usually for like a little temper tantrum and stuff. I guess lately at home, my mom said that he'd been like not self-harm, but he would get like violent toward like more towards himself more than anything. Like he'd hit his head and stuff like that. But I mean, that's kind of stuff that we've always just kind of been used to, I guess. But it was never anything.
Yeah. And if somebody came in the home that he didn't know, how would he react?
I'm not like, he's pretty like just chilled, I guess, to start with. So if somebody were in the house, like I don't think he would do anything initially, but I know that like when our dogs they play all the time, or like my sister and I when we used to get in fights and stuff at home, he would be very sensitive towards that. Okay. So he never liked anything with people.
Any physical contact.
Yeah.
And what would his reaction be? How would you know he's upset? What does he do?
He usually cries.
Cries, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or he'll like yell even louder and put his hands over his ears.
Okay.
But it's never been violent. He's never been violent towards.
Does he grunt or rock when he's upset?
He rocks a lot. So like he listens to music quite a bit. So a lot of times when, I don't know if that's like a comforting thing for him, so it's just an automatic reaction when something is bugging him, I guess. But he grunts all the time. Like he'll walk around upstairs and it's just and then sometimes he'll just start hysterically laughing and you don't know why, but
yeah, he does it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm asking because he was grunting when we were there, but that's granted there was a lot of people.
Yeah,
unfamiliar faces there, so
that's normal though for him. If it's just like the kind of thing.
Okay.
And he'll do it quite a bit. Rocking, I think that might be more of like a comforting type thing, but he still does that.
Okay. And I don't know if you have anything else, Greg. Are you going to be home for a while, or are you going back?
No, I'll be home for a while.
Be home for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know where you're going to be staying? Are you going to be staying at your Uncle Scott?
For now, yeah. I'll be close by. I'm going to stay at my aunt's house. She lives in Ravenna, which is right by Hiram, so I could pick some stuff up from school, and then come back, so it'll only be for like one night, but I'll most likely, and then my roommate lives in Berea too, so most likely Berea, Homestead Falls, because that's where my Aunt Melanie lives too, so
Gotcha.
I'll be in the area. So.
Were you ever at home, these items that would sort of randomly turn out missing, did you ever experience that or were you always away when those things happened?
I mean, my keys would go missing, but Kyle always had a habit of snatching keys to start with.
I mean, things that really went missing, money or the keys.
There were a couple times where I'd get like a 10 or 20. My dad would give it to me for like tolls and stuff like that to get back and forth. And if I like left it on the counter, I think twice it went missing.
Really?
Do you think there was somebody in the home?
This was like over a year ago, so like at first I was kind of like, okay, like maybe it's Kyle swiping stuff, but he usually doesn't take money. And then it's like, oh, like I know my sister and Jeff have like a kid and stuff now, and that's very stressful, especially from like a financial standpoint. So it was like, if the worst thing that they're taking is a 10.
Right. And I don't mean to make this sound accusatory or anything, but I would like to know, when this stuff started happening, would you say it correlated with Jeff moving in at all? The strange things, the things missing.
Yeah, I mean,
I just feel like we kind of need to ask that because he did move in with Anna.
And I think that's...
Do the time frames correlate? You think so?
And that's something that like I've talked to my parents about and stuff. But like we don't want to like sit there and like play the blame game and stuff like that, because that can impact.
But did anything ever happen that helped you rule Jeff out? Like, did anything ever happen where you said, oh, well, it couldn't have been him because this, or was there really never anything that sort of cleared him?
When the people started showing up at like the back doors and stuff like that.
Who saw the people at the back doors?
Jeff saw one, and then I thought it was the second one. I thought was in the family room in the back sliding glass door. I thought that was my mom, but I
think that was Jeff as well.
Was it?
He had said he was holding the door, and they were holding the door, and which it doesn't happen. It's rare for Strongsville fighting over the door, but but he said that was him. And like Sergeant Gravatt is saying, that your dad felt the same way a little bit. The timeline of Jeff moving in, and some odd things happened. Now might be missing small things. You don't know who did it, but you're assuming someone in the house who needs some money is, going to snatch a $10 bill here and there, or 20.
Yeah.
Just trying for an explanation of things turning up missing, yet Anna, says all the doors are locked in the house.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be reasonable. You're an advanced college student. How did things turn up missing if all the doors are locked and there's no sign of forced entry into the house? What's kind of wanted your opinion of what you think's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I know like Anna had lost her keys once or twice that had house keys on them, which is why we changed our locks. And then when my dad had lost his car keys, there was a house key on that also.
Right.
But I mean, definitely seeing that's something that my dad and I have talked about even since right when all this stuff kind of started happening, was the correlation between Jeff moving in and stuff going missing.
You guys have talked about it?
Yeah, and at
recently or in the past?
All the way through. I mean, anytime I was home and something would happen, we would kind of have that discussion. It made my sister and Jeff's relationship very rocky.
Yes, that fine line, because you don't want to accuse them of something.
Yeah,
sure.
But then there's no explanation other than this new person that entered your home when prior to that there was nothing going on.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, that's a tough one to deal with. Is there anything that you would kind of just want to get off your chest, just to let us know, or anything that about Jeff or about anything else that maybe you're hesitant to say, but because we probably don't want to track you down and talk to you more if we don't have to. Make this a good time to just fill us in on anything that you're thinking.
I mean, like, as for my sister and Jeff's relationship, I don't always think it's the healthiest thing, just because they're very, I don't know, they argue, like, a lot more than I think typical people do, but at the same time, they have a kid together, so I don't know what that personally is like by any means.
Sure.
I don't know. I just think it's
Do you
weird.
think they
that
ever got
Jeff-
physical? Has Jeff ever gotten physical
No.
with Anna that you know of?
No, I wouldn't even think that a little bit.
I think he's capable of being physical. Does he?
I've
seem
never
like
really.
he could-
I've seen him yell, but I've never seen him like snap by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Like stuff that he yells about isn't. It's stuff that like I think anybody would really kind of get fired up about, but
Yeah.
he doesn't like to be told kind of what to do a little bit, which is kind of what caused a lot of the riff. Because my parents were like, we need help around like cleaning and all that kind of stuff, and he would offer to do things and then wouldn't do them and stuff. But I feel like that's kind of just. He's also 19, so.
Excuse me just a second.
Megan, when were you home all weekend?
Well, my sister's bachelor party was Saturday, so we took her to Cedar Point when I got out of class at 12. We got back around 1, and then
1 in the morning. So Sunday morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeff's sister stayed overnight, and that was when I was at Cedar Point, my mom was talking to me, like kind of calling me between rides and stuff because the deposit hadn't gone through, so she was worried that maybe he was backing out. And then on Sunday when he had left, he took Ellie, his sister, and Aurora to run errands and stuff and then go meet his mom. And my mom texted me and said, I just want to make sure that, like, is the baby with you? Or actually, Aurora stayed behind, and she said, is the baby with you? Because, and I was like, yeah, like, it's kind of normal. And she was like, okay, like, I'm afraid that since he's backing out of all this financial stuff, that he's going to take the baby and, like, leave completely. But then that kind of seemed to solve itself throughout the rest of the day.
Your sister
but
was
then,
afraid of that? Or your mom?
my mom was afraid of that.
He was
My
gonna
sister
take that?
wasn't.
Okay.
I don't know. Sometimes it's wrong for me to think that, but sometimes I thought my parents could be a little bit paranoid, but obviously that's paranoia.
Yeah.
Could have helped out a little bit.
Now, Megan, you went to Cedar Point on Saturday, and so you're home. You're home on Sunday, and do you see Jeff on Sunday?
I saw Jeff in the morning on Sunday. I actually went. I like sing, so I went and like recorded some stuff from like 11 to 2, and then I came back and I'm trying to think. Everybody was home, or my parents had just gotten home from the boat. They had gone up there for the weekend, and then Jeff went to go get the money from his mom or something, and then he got T-boned and broke his thumb, and then the rest of us went to Brew Kettle for dinner, so it was kind of nice to have everybody together.
Sure. And that's what I'm leaning towards. Did he say where he got in a car accident?
I thought it was Cleveland, but his
Okay.
mom was with him.
Did he have injuries besides the thumb?
Not that I noticed. I know it was a new car, was what they had talked about. Or that's what my sister had said.
Did you see any marks on his face? Did he get banged up on his face?
He said the airbag went off, but I didn't really notice anything on his face. Really just that his thumb was splinted.
Okay, and you've seen him yesterday and today?
Yeah, I saw him yesterday.
And
Yeah.
that mark on his forehead, was that there from the car accident? Do you remember that being there?
I have no idea. I really wasn't paying. It sounds kind of bad. I really wasn't paying too much attention to him after that. But
And, I mean, he's got marks here and here, and you don't remember those?
I didn't really look at his face or anything. I just kind of saw the splint, and he was in the kitchen, and I was in the living room or the family room on the L-shaped couch, and I'm like a grandma, so I go to bed really early too. So I was asleep at like 9 o'clock on the couch on Sunday.
Which arm was in a splint? Which thumb?
I'm trying to think. I can't remember, but he said his hand was in like a cup holder, and then that's how it got like broken. That's what he told us. I can't remember which hand it was though.
Okay.
I think it was his right hand, because they were joking like how he said like my signature is going to be really ugly for the wedding. So
Gotcha. Were you in the wedding?
yeah, I was the maid of honor.
Nice.
Okay. Anything else, Jim? Great.
Did Mom say anything to you about all this stuff going on? Anything that...
Yeah, she would text me. I can, if you want to see the texts and stuff. A lot of it was, like I said, sometimes I thought, because they would start trying to pick people out throughout the neighborhood that they thought it could be, and so sometimes, I don't know, I just kind of thought they were being overcautious sometimes. But like going, yeah, most of it is, that has everything from our Cedar Point conversations to her being worried about like the money from the thing to asking about the baby and everything.
So coaching's a year-round gig, huh?
Yeah, I coached a travel ball team this summer too, so every weekend I was coaching my little
Now, how do
16s.
you end up on the West Coast for recruiting? Those are your states or something?
Yeah, so Hiram hasn't always been the greatest softball program in the world, and they usually recruit pretty regionally. But we had 9 players on our team last year, and we won 8 games. We were 8-30, so we were not very good.
Gotcha.
And California has like the best softball, and there's companies in California that like tournaments that will fly us out. So that we make some money working camps, but then we also get to work with some like really talented kids, and we have a really good nursing program at Hiram. So
Nice. Offer 'em.
yeah, some like, hey, we can't give you, we're Division III, so I'm like, we can't give you athletic scholarships, but you can get a really good nursing degree and it's direct entry and stuff, so it's a good pull. But
Can I send this? Can I take a screenshot and send it to you?
yeah.
Look for the photos. Yeah, on the other.
Yeah, sorry, it should be.
I just the one I'm taking a photo of is your mom said to go to Brew Cattle, and is that normally she just types Brew Cattle and needs meat there?
What did it say?
I'll show you some 1 second.
Because I remember she went with Anna to go get the money, or to go pay the money and stuff, and then I said, hey, like I texted her and said we're going to Brew Kettle or something, because that was where we were at Sunday night. That's also like a place my dad likes to go there a lot. My mom's kind of indifferent on it. She doesn't like the beer selection there, so she didn't like going there too often. But my dad would go there a lot with some of his friends. Oh, I had texted her that.
Text her Brew Kettle?
Yeah, because we had been talking before she left about where we were gonna go get food. So we were at the Brew Kettle and we were like, shoot, we never told her where we went. So.
Okay.
Not really. Just Megan, I'm really sorry you lost your mom, and I think if it were me, I'd have some thoughts.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
I mean, I don't really know everything that's going on because I wasn't home.
Yeah.
So like yesterday, I just went straight to the hospital because nobody else was there yet.
Yeah.
So I just don't know like a lot of the details, but I don't know if I want to know a lot of the details.
Right. I just mean, do you have thoughts on who's responsible for this?
I mean, just kind of based off talking to my dad over the last couple weeks. Like he's from other sources too, that he's been on and off quite a few drugs and stuff, and has been not doing very well mentally and health-wise.
Yeah. Has he been a fixture in your family for a long time, or?
Him and my dad went to college together.
Gotcha.
I didn't really know him until I don't know, like high school, middle school is when he kind of started hanging around more, because he used to work for like a beauty supply thing, so he'd bring us like shampoo samples and stuff. And when you're in high school, you're like,
That's cool. Yeah.
But as like this past year, like everything kind of got kind of rocky. I kind of always thought he was a little bit obnoxious. He's always been over the top.
Yeah.
So it's
Gotcha.
kind of scary to think that he would be like on drugs and not just normal work. So
yeah. Anything kept in your house besides normal household things that would be considered a weapon that you know of?
No, we don't have any guns or anything. None of us have like our firearm certification.
Right. Does your dad ever shoot at all? Ever?
No.
That you know
Jeff and his dad go shooting quite a bit.
Okay.
I don't know if I think my sister might have gone with him once, but we don't keep anything in the house that I know of, anyways.
Right. How did you know about Jeff and his dad go shooting?
Jeff would tell us about it.
Yeah.
Like my dad and I are going shooting, and they would take Ellie sometimes as kind of like a family bonding thing for them.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, we have like kitchen knives and stuff, but not really things that you would think would ever be a weapon. So.
Sure.
How much information are you guys able to tell us about like what you know? Because I understand that there's restrictions and stuff because it's ongoing. But
it's not only ongoing; it's at the very beginning. So there's probably even more out there than we would like. But the 911 calls are public information, and they got released.
Yeah.
So
That wasn't by us.
I haven't read anything, so.
Yeah. We try to keep it in-house and private, and some things are out of our control. The 911 calls, that wasn't us. But, we'll answer anything we can for you, if we're able to. Some things we can't share. It's not that we want to keep you and the family in the dark, but it's just to keep the integrity of everything right now. Mm-hmm. Like I told Anna, we're here right now. We're trying to get to here, so it's just a process.
Yeah.
So we're not pointing fingers. We're asking questions, trying to get to know everybody. But like Sergeant Grant said, it's we're just starting. So.
Yeah.
So it's really best. There wouldn't be a lot of details that we would tell anyone at this point, and that's just really to be as clear and successful as we can at this.
Yeah.
It wouldn't do anybody any good to know more information. But so you probably know all that's publicly out there already.
Yeah, whatever my sister's told me, like I haven't read a single article. I don't really care to read any of them. My sister made the mistake of reading a couple, and she said that a lot of things sounded like they were taken out of context.
Yeah,
I feel like that's kind of how it is.
When your friends of the family were here earlier today, we told them to just stay off the social media and things. There's nothing you're going to gain from it. There's nothing you can contribute to it, and it's usually a lot of misinformation mixed in with a little bit of whatever. But so
when it's more factual, it'll come from us, and we'll let you guys know as it comes known to us. We're able to talk a little more freely. So
yeah, you can call us anytime.
Do a lot of cases like this get solved? Because I know it's obviously case dependent.
We do our best. It's definitely a whodunit,
Yeah.
But somebody did it, and that's why we're talking to you, and everyone that's in the circle right now. So please keep your ears open.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be around everyone and close to your family.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything strikes you, feel free to call, and please do call.
Okay.
Even with hunches and things, you can call us up and just talk and say, this just doesn't seem right or whatever. Doesn't mean we're gonna, it just means we'll check it out.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Okay.
So.
I'd rather know than not know.
Yeah.
So maybe it feels funny to you, or like, oh, it's nothing, but maybe it is something. So we'll look into it.
Okay.
All right. I'll walk you out.
Thank you.
This is my card.
Thanks.
Good luck with your school.
Thank you.